You and your dick boys. Okay, but yeah. Hi everyone, I am Chimerler15 and welcome to my rant stream on the Spider-Man movies. Okay, so my outline isn't really complete, but then again, like I barely had anything to type. Like to me, like this wasn't really something that I was going to like have typed out from the beginning because I wanted to like type, fill in the outline as I went. So, like, I want to fill it out as I go. So we're just gonna do it that way. Like, like because to be honest, like I don't remember some stuff from these movies, so it was just hard for me to like come up with detailed bullet points. So I'm just gonna like just fill it in as we go. That's fine. Okay, so nice to see that everyone's here, Maple and shit. Your birthday is in about 4 hours. What? Dig boy! Happy birthday, Dig boy. Okay, but yeah, hi Maple. And I want the chat should be. Oh my fucking god! I want the chat to be. I want it to be. Why isn't it showing up? I want the chat to be here. Oh, there it is. Come on. Yes. Let's show me that chat. I want to see that chat. There we go. Ooh, it looks ugly. Okay, fix that. But yeah. So we're going to be talking about Spider-Man 1, 2, and 3. You know, the original Sam Raimi trilogy. We're going to be talking about The Amazing Spider-Man 1 and 2. I forgot who directed that, but I don't care to look it up. And we're also going to talk about oh yeah, the Tom Holland movies. Directed by John Watts. And we're also going to talk about Into the Spider-Verse as well. So I've watched all of these. Now, fair warning, I did not watch the Avengers movies that took place before Far From Home, so I won't have a lot of context for those. But, you can still watch the movie just fine even without that context, so it's just whatever. And I did watch some reviews as well. So yeah. I watched some reviews and read some reviews as well. I was kind of in a time crunch to do this. Yeah, like I just was. That's okay though. I did try to but I did try to listen to different viewpoints and so that I could be more prepared for this stream. You just basically the same thing you did, Maple. So yeah, we're just gonna get into it. Oh, they were directed by Mark Webb. Yes, his last name was literally Webb. How stupidly coincidental. Of course, Webb. Webb directed Spider-Man, the Amazing Spider-Man movies. Okay. And it doesn't really help that, the whole last name thing is pretty cool, but it didn't really help his movies. Oops. But anyway, so we're just going to talk about, one thing I want to talk about before we start. I know from the outset. I'm just gonna say this. I'm just gonna say this right from the get-go. The Amazing Spider-Man movies are the worst of all of these movies. They just are. I like them. Don't get me wrong. I like them, but they are objectively the worst ones. Sorry. Anyway, I'm sorry. Like they just are. But yeah. The Unusual Suspects. Oh man, I forgot to watch his reviews. Oh, you mentioned it to me too. Crap. Shit. Oh, that's okay. Whatever, that's okay. I've watched and listened to and read enough reviews. I think I'm fine. Plus, if I ever forget anything about the movie, you can just remind me, Maple. Anyway, let's go ahead and get started. So, I should probably be explaining how I'm going to do this. So, I'm going to talk about actually I probably shouldn't have even bothered with the whole positive and negative shit, because I don't think I'd be able to type up a list of that too, of those two. But whatever. This wasn't going to be completely structured, so I don't care. But yeah, basically, I'm just going to talk about good points of the movie and bad points. So let's talk about Spider-Man 1. Though that was the movie that started all. Now, for a bit of context, I watched this movie as a kid, but only like the first 20 or 30 minutes. It's like nothing past that point. So it was on some DVD. Like I was watching it at some daycare center, I think. I didn't bother watching all of it. I just watched like the first 20 or 30 minutes and then stopped. Like I stopped at right after the part where MJ, where the Green Goblin goes in and fucks shit up in Town Square, whatever it's called. I don't know. And MJ is like in danger or whatever, and instead of just running away, she screams like a little bitch. No, I'm kidding. I'm just kidding. But but yeah, like, but yeah, I had a chance this year to rewatch it on an airplane from West Africa. And I actually watched all 3 Spider-Man movies, the Sam Raimi ones. I mean, all 3 back to back to back. So I watched them all in like basically one go, which probably didn't help with remembering what movie, like what was exactly in each movie. Like, for whatever reason, the third one's the only one I distinctly remember the most. The other 2 I don't remember much about. Although watching some reviews did help, jog my memory in some places. But anyway. But yeah. So that's just the context I'm going to give you. So I didn't watch these movies, like, in isolation. I watched them all together. But yeah. Harsh but true. Yeah, I'm sorry, but the Amazing Spider-Man movies just kind of suck. Sorry. The very first Spider-Man movie just recently turned 20 years old. Oh, okay. This is the first superhero movie I remember ever watching. It was the movie that basically got me into Spider-Man. With me, it was the exact opposite. I watched and I was like, I'm gonna go watch something else. But I mean, I was already like, kind of a fan of Spider-Man. Like, I knew about him. I just, wasn't like, I wasn't like, I don't know. That movie just back then wasn't really doing it for me. But now going back to it a second time, it actually wasn't that bad. So yeah, this movie, it's nice. I liked it. It's definitely better than the third movie. Not as good as the second, but that's okay. I mean, it was the first in the trilogy. But yeah, it was definitely better than the third movie. It was a nice movie. I liked it. I liked the storyline. I will say that the CGI back then wasn't the best, but I mean, it's 2002. It was 2002. What do you expect? Like, yeah, looking back now, the movie's kind of aged, like sour milk. In some places, not in all places, in some places. Particularly the CGI. But, I still liked it. It was a nice movie. I liked the villain. Green Goblin was actually a good villain, although he, like, that... At some points, like, you could literally swap his character out with the Joker and, like... there wouldn't be much of a difference. Green Goblin was just so extra throughout the movie. But that's not... I wouldn't consider that a bad thing. I actually like that. Like, he was just so extra. And yet, it worked for the movie. It gave the movie its charm. Toby Mcguire. Now, let's talk about Toby Mcguire. He was not the greatest actor. I'm sorry, but he wasn't. Not to sound mean or anything like that. I mean, I'm not expecting him to be the greatest actor ever, but looking back at these movies, he wasn't the greatest actor. Especially when he narrated. When he narrated, it just didn't sound very good. I wouldn't say terrible, but it didn't sound very good. I feel like his narration was better in the games than the movies. But Um, but anyway, but I do like his Spider-Man though. The actor wasn't the greatest, but I do like his Spider-Man. I did like his Spider-Man. It was a nice Spider-Man. I liked how awkward and quiet and introverted his Spider-Man was. I liked that. Um, and he slowly gets more and more confident and more, you know, responsible. Like, I actually like Toby's Spider-Man the most. It's just the most endearing to me. I liked it. I liked it a lot. I will like the actor himself was honestly the weakest out of the three live action uh, movie actors, but his Spider-Man is the most endearing to me. I liked it. And in the games, I think it's even better. His Spider-Man's even better in the games. And like, I feel like the movies just didn't do. I feel like they could have done Spider-Man a bit more justice, but you know, I like Toby's. I like Toby's performance all around. Although Spider-Man 3 was pretty shit overall. Not well, the movie, yeah, but the game as well. The games as well. So yeah. Yeah, Toby Maguire's. Yeah, that's the thing. Spider-Man is so relatable. That's what gives him its charm. Like, it's so relatable. I like that. Like, yeah, like, a lot of teenagers are like that. I was like that. Not to that extent, but I was like that. Um, and I still am to some extent. If I'm not going to lie, I was quite introverted and quirky and awkward back then. Nowadays, I'm just introverted and quirky, but most of my awkwardness is gone. But like, yeah, back then I was kind of like that. But yeah, like that's the thing. Like, I just like his Spider-Man. It's just so endearing, and plus, those quips. Those quips are great. Like, Toby has hands down the best quips in the entire, in the entire movie franchise. His quips are the best. Yeah, exactly. The movie games let Toby shine more as Spider-Man. That's what. Yeah, that's the same feeling I got. Like, the movies, they did a decent job, but I feel like they could have done better. But the games went and made him better. Although they don't strictly follow the movies, which works in some ways, but not in others. Um, especially regarding the third movie, that was just a mess all around. Both the movies and the games, the movie and the games. But but yeah, like Toby's Spider-Man to me, I think it's the most endearing one. I like it. It's my favorite one out of the entire bunch. My least favorite would probably be Andrew's, but we'll get to Andrew's later. Um, Tom's was nice, but Toby's is just it's just the best one to me. But they all have their strengths and weaknesses. I'm not saying that like, I'm not saying that like oh, Toby's the best one, the other two suck. No, no. I feel the first two games combine the movie's plot and its own plot pretty well, but the third game just didn't. Yeah, exactly. That's the thing. Spider-Man 2 didn't follow the game, of course, didn't follow the movie exactly. It mostly, like 75%, but not 100%. And that's fine. Like, it's not uncommon for movie games to like deviate from the main plot. And sometimes it actually works for those. Like in Spider-Man 2, it actually worked. I mean, yeah, like you have Shocker and Mysterio. Like they weren't in the movie, but they were in the game. And I actually like their additions. I like their additions. They were actually interesting. And their challenges they were annoying, but at the same time entertaining. But the third game tried to, mix up, try to change up the plot, and it just didn't work. It did not work with the third game. The third game was just a mess. The movie was a mess, and the third game went and made it worse. How do you make a movie's plot worse? Like, I don't understand. How does a game make a movie's plot worse? But we'll get to Spider-Man 3 when we get to it. But the first two games do indeed do Spider-Man justice. They do. The first game is probably like is definitely the most. If you ignore the stuff with Craven, whatever his name was, I can't remember. It was pretty accurate to and if you ignore the stuff with Scorpion as well, it was pretty accurate to the first movie. The second as well. I feel like the second was slightly less accurate, but still pretty accurate. But then again, movie-based games do this all the time. It's not a big deal. Which, of course, Maple, but I might as well point that out to everyone else here. But yeah, I do like Toby's Spider-Man the most. I do. Now, regarding the plot, again, I thought it was fine. The plot was good. Someone who was already a hot ass mess psychologically became even more of a psychological mess and turned into a villain, that being the Green Goblin. And Peter, he was just a normal high school kid who got teased and bullied because high school kids are assholes. Well, not in my experience. In my experience, high school kids were pretty cool. It was middle school kids that were just assholes. I wanted to slap every single one of them. But then again, your mileage may vary. Some people went to shitty high schools. I didn't. Yeah, Toby's is the most engaging. I would agree. I don't know. His Spider-Man is just so endearing. I loved his scenes in all the movies, especially the first movie. I still remember some of the scenes in the first movie. It was just, his Spider-Man was just so endearing. I loved it. And even though he was pretty much the weakest actor out of all three, he still made it work. He still made it work. He just did. It was nice. And those quips, his Spider-Man has the best quips. I know. I just love it. I just love it. His Spider-Man. If I had to nitpick something, it would be that everyone at Peter's high school looked like they were over 25 years old. Yeah, I don't know why movie casts do that. I don't know why casting directors do that. I know that there are times where, it's okay to bend the age range a bit, but don't do it like that. It's okay if the actors aren't exactly the same age as their characters, but do the right thing and not overdo it. A few years difference is fine, but a lot of those kids did not look like kids. They didn't. I'm guys, next time hire younger people, which they did start doing more and more. Right? Toby was in his late 20s. I'm just he does not look like a high school kid. And I'm just okay. But yeah, but yeah, the casting was weird. And MJ did not look her age either. I'm that's now, to be fair, the Tom Holland movies did not have this problem. Fortunately, the whole age thing is not an issue there. Everyone pretty much looks their age. But in the original trilogy, no. They just didn't. Just no. Just hell no. But anyway. Oh shit, I probably should be filling the outline in. I don't even know why I bothered putting in an outline if I wasn't even going to fill it in. But anyway, let me just go ahead and do that right now. Toby's Spidey was so engaging and relatable. The villain was pretty cool. He was just the right amount of smart and crazy. And he was also pretty cool in No Way Home too, but we'll get to that when we get to it. And the plot was interesting. I don't think there's much I can say in terms of negatives, except for dated CGI and just sometimes cheesy dialogue. Yeah, the dialogue, it could have been better here. It's not the worst though. It's not as bad as the dialogue in the Amazing Spider-Man 2 movies. That's even worse. If you thought the dialogue here was bad, it's even worse in those movies. It's even worse. But yeah, I can't think of much to say on. I can't really think of much to say on the movie. But then again, that's why you guys are here. You can help me add points to where I missed some, or help me revise points. Like, I'm not going to say that everything here in this stream is going to be valid. Some of it's going to be subjective. Some of it's going to be things that I might get wrong. That's fine. Because again, like, you know, although it's like, you know, like, I'm not going to remember every single thing that happened in these movies, so. Or I might have misunderstood something. That's fine. Although, I did watch all these movies pretty recently, like within the last few months, so hopefully I will remember as much as, hopefully I won't forget a lot, but again, but then again, I didn't, like, I kind of watch these movies, like, one after the other, so forgive me if I get some things wrong. And I'm all over the place today, but that's okay. Again, I wasn't planning to structure this. In terms of... Oh, hi, Joshua. Good evening. In terms of the romance between Peter and MJ, it felt more like a physical attraction to me rather than an emotional personality one. Yeah, that's the thing. There's not really much chemistry in between those two. Which... The Amazing Spider-Man movies actually did... I think they did the whole chemistry between Peter and his love interest better there. But... the dialogue just didn't help. Whereas in this one, it's the exact opposite problem. The dialogue wasn't that bad, but the chemistry between Peter and MJ was just... You know, it just left much to be desired. Granted, Raimi was clearly trying to capture the cheese and corn of the original Spidey comics back then, and he definitely succeeded. Okay, so... Yeah, which is probably something I should have mentioned earlier. Cheesy doesn't necessarily mean bad. It doesn't necessarily mean bad, although, you know, bad dialogue... Dialogue can technically be bad, but cheesy doesn't necessarily mean bad. Like, something can be cheesy and endearing. Like, Full House and Family Matters. Remember those shows? There was, like, a lot of the morals they had were cheesy, but no one cared because they were wholesome, and those were just two good shows. So cheesy doesn't necessarily mean bad. And plus, it's kind of subjective, so... Yeah. Although, to be honest, I don't think the dialogue in Spider-Man 1 is all that bad. Could have been better, but I don't think it's all that bad. Alex, you're working too hard. You gotta take a break, Alex. Come on. Take a break. I also think it's worth mentioning that there was originally a scene where Spidey takes down some criminals who were flying a helicopter near the World Trade Center, but because of 9/11, they decided to cut that scene out. Okay, yeah. That makes sense. I didn't even know that was a thing. But, yeah. So, I can't think of anything bad there wasn't really much to say there's not much to say. I can't think of anything else to say regarding Spider-Man 1. It was a good film. Or at the very least, decent. I'll say decent. Because it's dated, it's a bit dated, but it was still enjoyable. So, why don't we get to Spider-Man 2 now? Oh, wait, before we do that. Let me... Oh my fucking god! Okay. And, questionable chemistry between Peter and MJ. Oh, by the way, I shouldn't really have to say this, but I meant to say this at the beginning, but I just completely forgot. Since I'm talking about these movies, there are going to be spoilers, but again, this is common sense, so if you watch this and I spoil something for you, well, I'm not gonna... I mean this in the nicest possible way, but I mean, that's on you for not, like, realizing that a Rantstream about movies is going to have spoilers. But that's all I'm just going to say. That's a disclaimer. An unnecessary disclaimer, but... Well, something that shouldn't be necessary, but sometimes is, but whatever. Overall, really solid film origin story despite some dated elements. Yeah, basically, that's how I'd sum up Spider-Man 1. To be honest, I haven't really spoiled much in the film though. I haven't even like I talked a bit about the plot, but I never really said anything spoilerish if you think about it. But yeah, I thought it was good. The ending was certainly something. You know, where and then this is where I'm going to spoil something, where the Green Goblin, Peter takes down the Green Goblin, and the Green Goblin tries to murder Peter with the hang glider, fails, and stabs himself. And in the game, this happens too, but in the game, like the hang glider, the glider just knocks him over instead of just stabbing him. Like, he dies either way, but that's just something I need to point out. But yeah, the bad guy dies. Does that happen in all the Spider-Man movies? No. Well, technically, yeah, but the Sam Raimi ones anyway. But we'll get to that later. But not. I just want to point out that not all the bad guys in those movies die. Anyway, he stabbed himself. Yeah, and I'm just like, dude, no. Like, is like, are you into that kind of thing? Like, that's a problem. Okay, so let's go ahead and move on to Spider-Man 2. Hey, Pickle just coded. How you doing? I probably should have picked a different thumbnail for this video, but I just couldn't be bothered. Besides, I didn't even have my computer up until like 2 hours ago, so because I had to like turn it into like, I had to go and get it fixed, and it's running better now so far. Hopefully, it stays that way. Like, if I told you guys exactly how, like, what caused problems on my computer, you guys would probably be like, your jaws would probably drop, because there's quite some questionable shit on my computer. And not that I downloaded like a lot of illegal shit or questionable shit or whatever. No, it's just that my computer just had. It was just. I'd have to explain it later. It was just something like, just problems with the operating system. But anyway, Spider-Man 2. Released in 2004. Yes, I put the years here as well, because why the fuck not? Might as well have like a reference. But anyway, like, and plus it like helps, like, people know exactly when these games were released. I said games, movies. So let's talk about Spider-Man 2. Spider-Man 2. Okay, now this one is definitely better than the original one. It's definitely better than the original one. The dialogue is better. It's funnier. The villain is just as good. Doc Ock. Now, I never watched this movie. I had never watched this movie up until the time I began to watch it on my flight home from West Africa. Although I didn't know a few things about it in terms of plot. But I had played the game, so like it was, a lot of it was the same plot, so I had an idea of how it was going to go. But anyway, Spider-Man 2. But yeah, I like the plot. It was definitely better than the first one. In terms of writing, like, both had interesting ideas, but the second's writing was just, it was just better. I can't think of any. What else? Come on, there's. It's weird because this is the one that I actually remember the least, and it sucks. And I'm like, why? It sucks. But yeah, Doc Ock was a great villain. Yeah, he was a good villain. I feel like the game. Okay, so one thing about his origin story. So regarding how his wife died, his wife Rosie O'Donnell, I think. I can't believe I even remember that. But anyway, okay, so I feel like the game did a better job of how the wife died. So, but let me talk about Doc Ock's origin story first. So he was a normal scientist. Um, he was trying to experiment with some sort of energy, and he was trying to like use this device he built, with all those robotic arms and shit, tentacles, whatever. Um, his experiment went wrong, and his wife got killed in the process. And this happens in both the movie and the game. And that's what causes Doc Ock to basically snap and become Doc Ock. And he blames Spider-Man. Um, I feel like the game did this better regarding how the wife died. So she dies during the experiment, but in the movie she dies because of like during like during the experiment some glass from a window broke and one of the shards flew towards her and just sliced her throat or whatever. All while she was screaming, like she was screaming while the glass shard was like literally flying right at her. Whereas in the game, she gets zapped by one of the stray bolts from the experiment. I feel like the game did that better because honestly, I just find it really hard to believe that like the glass like I don't know. I feel like it's just weird for her to get killed by a glass shard. I find that kind of unlikely. She wasn't even that close to the window, so I just find it weird that she ended up getting killed that way. It just felt a bit contrived to me compared to the game where she just gets zapped by one bolt of electricity and dies. And I find that more believable, but maybe that's just me. Maybe I'm just looking into things too much. Um but I honestly but yeah, like wait, how why did the okay, so Doc Ock blames Spider-Man for his wife's death. I honestly can't remember how it happened in the movie. I remember how it happened in the game. In the game, yeah, it doesn't make much sense in the game, does it? He just randomly blames Spider-Man. Yeah, it doesn't make much sense, does it? I never understood that either. But how did it happen in the movie? I feel like in the movie there was a more believable reason as to why Doc Ock, thought that Spider-Man killed his wife. But I honestly don't remember. It sucks, but I just don't fucking remember. but but yeah, that's just one thing I wanted to mention. But yeah, going back to the plot as a whole, it definitely okay. In the movie, Doc Ock basically has no goals in mind other than to finish the experiment, and really only deals with Spider-Man when he is in his way or if he made a deal with Harry. Okay, yeah, that makes more sense. Yeah, now I remember. Okay, yeah, because I remember in the movie, like he wasn't even targeting Spider-Man directly, but in the game he does. Okay, so yeah, that doesn't make a lot of sense, does it? Okay, thank you for refreshing my memory. Um, that makes sense. Okay, because Spider-Man kept getting in this way. Okay, that makes sense. But yeah, I don't think it's ever said in the movie that Doc Ock believes it was Spider-Man that killed him. I think he actually just blamed himself there. Okay, so I was just misremembering things a bit. Sorry, I'm trying to remember. I'm trying to remember, but there are some plot points in that movie that I just can't seem to remember clearly. Okay, yeah. So in the movie, Doc Ock's motives make more sense. Okay, good. In the game, they don't make a lot of sense. But yeah, as you pointed out, one could reason that maybe the arms told Doc Ock that Spider-Man killed his wife, but that's stupidly contrived. It just doesn't make a lot of sense. I know. So okay. So, okay, so going back to the movie, yeah, it was a good movie. Um, this is the movie where Peter starts to really understand how tough it is to be Spider-Man. How tough it is to be Spider-Man. Like having to balance his normal life and his superhero life. Oh, I forgot. Black Cat was in the movie. She was in the game, but she was in the movie. I can't believe I forgot to mention that. So Mysterio, Shocker, and Black Cat were in the game, but not in the movie. Which, again, works to the game's benefit. But anyway, that's beside the point. So anyway, but yeah, like, this is the movie where Peter Parker starts understanding exactly how tough it is to be Spider-Man. Now, in the first movie, that happened as well, but in this movie, this is when it really starts happening. Like when Peter starts fully selling into his superhero role, and he's realizing that it's just a lot. It's just a lot, and it is. Like I can't imagine going through both parts of my life like that. I don't think I'd be able to handle it. I just don't think I'd be able to handle it. Like I can barely handle like doing like just to compare, I can barely handle like managing content on two different YouTube channels. Like that shit. If I can't handle that shit, I couldn't. There's no way in hell I can handle whatever Peter Parker's facing. Like there's just no way. Because like if I can't handle something that's like that, then there's no way in hell I can handle having a superhero life and a normal life. No way. But yeah, this is definitely the movie where Peter becomes the most conflicted in terms of how he wants to live his life. He just wants to live a normal life, but at the same time he just can't stand by and let crime happen. And he eventually decides to continue with his superhero role. He focuses on that. So, of course, while still making time with this for his friends. Of course, this I should also point out this is the movie where he starts. This is the movie where he starts trying to have more of a relationship with MJ, but it's not working out, and he decides to, MJ's just tired of him, not being there for her. Although, if I'm going to be honest, MJ's kind of unlikable in this film, but I'll get to that in a moment. And in the third film as well, but again, I'll get to that in a moment. But yeah, MJ's just, tired of Peter not being there, and at one point she decides to go and be in a relationship with someone else. But once she finds out, and at this point she did not know who Spider-Man was. Although she shared a kiss with him in the first movie, but she never took off his mask, so she didn't know who he was. But, in the last showdown of the movie, that's when MJ finds out who Peter who Spider-Man is, whatever. And that's when she realizes, well, shit, that explains a lot. I will admit, Peter does kind of act a bit angsty around MJ when he dumped her in the last movie and she actually moved on to someone else. Oh, yeah, actually, yeah, that's the thing. He actually did dump her in the first movie. But he still wanted to be friends with her. But even he couldn't make time for that. So, MJ basically went and moved on to someone else. Although, I will say that her relationship with that second person was pretty shallow. I'm sorry, it just felt shallow to me. It felt like she was just trying to get Peter jealous. Like, she wanted to go back, she wanted to be together with him again, but he was like, no. In a nice way, of course. But she wouldn't really respect that, and, I felt like she was I feel like she was making him jealous. And it doesn't really help that, on the day when she and that other guy, I forgot what his name was it Flash Thompson or something? I can't remember. But she and the other guy, her fiance, on their wedding day, and on their wedding day, she leaves him and goes to Peter. Like, okay, I don't blame her for doing that, but at the same time, though, it's kind of a bitchy thing for her to do. Like, I feel like it's just like, fam, MJ, how could you do that? I'm sorry, it's just like, I don't know, I don't know. It just felt like she didn't truly. Oh, John Jameson, Jonah Jameson's son. Oh, okay. Oh yeah, now I remember. Okay. Sorry, I don't remember these these details very well, but yeah, like, like, her relationship with him was shallow, and I'm sorry, it just was shallow. Anyway, but yeah, Peter and MJ go back. They get back together. Yeah, like, see, that's the thing I'm saying. Like, yeah, MJ was just being a bitch. I'm sorry, that was bitchy. Like, she literally, did she even apologize for, like, walking out on him? Like, okay, I get it. If you don't, like, if you're about to marry someone, but then you're like, oh no, wait, I don't think this is gonna work out, and you want to leave. I'm not saying you have to, like, go through with it, but I feel like she was just using him, or at the very least, just didn't love him the way she should. Yeah, like, exactly. Like, she just stood him up, and I'm just like, did she even apologize for it? Did she even regret it? Was she like, oh, I'm sorry, I can't do this? No, I think she just walked right out. I don't even think they show her walking out. It was just not a good move on her part. Like, which is sad because I don't think MJ's a bad character. I feel like the writing just screwed her over here. Like, yeah, they should have made John a bit more of a dick. Like, make it so that she's with him, but then she realizes, oh, this guy's an asshole. He doesn't deserve me. Like, they should have done it like that, but no, they didn't, because he actually wasn't a mean person there. He truly did like her. So yeah, it's just, it was just a bad. It was just a bad move on MJ's part. I'm sorry, I'm all over the place. I'm all over the place because, like, the thing is that I want to say one thing, but then my mind keeps telling me to say another, and then I keep stopping myself. It's just annoying. My mind moves so fast, my mouth can't keep up. But yeah, it's also odd how in the third movie that Jonah doesn't have any contempt towards Peter for literally stealing his son's girl. Yeah, that's weird. But then again, the third movie was just a mess, and we'll get to that too. But yeah, the movie was still pretty great. And as you mentioned earlier, the train scene was pretty awesome. It was a nice fight scene. It was a nice fight scene. It was just as good as in the game as well. Although what makes the movie scene even better than the game scene is that everyone in the train, like Spider-Man, he basically gets knocked out, because he had to stop the train from flying off the tracks. I think the track was under construction or whatever. I can't remember. Somehow the train ended up there, but he kept the train from flying off the tracks, and he tires himself out. But in the movie, there's a nice little scene where the people around Spider-Man, they go up to him and check on him. They, like, carry him into the train, and they put him gently on the floor, and they see his face, like his mask came off, but then they give him the mask back, and then they promise that they won't tell anyone who his identity was. Kind of like what happened in the, well, I guess I shouldn't spoil it, but in a certain Spider-Man's game, I won't say which one, that a similar thing happened after that character lost his best friend in an explosion. I'm sure you know which one it is, Maple, but I won't say it. But yeah, it was a nice scene, and it showed that the townspeople truly did care about Spider-Man. Not all of them, but most of them. And when Doc Ock showed up to, like, take Spider-Man, they all literally sacrificed themselves. Nothing bad happened to them, but they all were willing to sacrifice themselves for Spider-Man's sake. They're all like, if you want to get to Spider-Man, you have to get past us. And it was a nice scene. Like, it was so touching. It was heartwarming. It was heartwarming. Yeah, the scene where the kid gave the Spider-Man back his mask, it was just so heartwarming. All those townspeople cared about him. And they were willing to put themselves in danger just to protect him. It was a nice scene. Of course, but Spider-Man was like, "No, I can't let them do that. Like, like it's better they just Doc Ock just take me instead." And he's like, "Okay, everyone, it's all right." And then Doc Ock takes him. He just Spider-Man decides to just go with Doc Ock because he didn't want anything bad to happen to the townspeople. It was just a nice scene all around. It was a nice scene for Spider-Man and for the townspeople. Oh yeah, and then that same movie, Aunt May does give an awesome motivational speech. Which, okay, so here's a little aside. So in one of my in the theater class I had in high school, I was supposed to pick a speech to present on the stage. Like, we're supposed to pick a speech from a movie or a book or whatever, and I chose that one. I chose that one from Spider-Man 2. Aunt May's speech for Spider-Man 2. So yeah, that's just a little. I just find that a little, just an interesting little tidbit there, because it's like that same speech that I did in high school. I ended up like when I first heard it in the movie, I was like, oh my god, I actually did that speech, but back then I actually hadn't watched the movie yet, so I just found it really interesting because it's such a good speech, and I'm glad I chose it. But I hadn't watched the movie at that point, so. Now that I've watched the movie, I get to appreciate. Right? It is awesome! Like, right? I was like, right? And I get to appreciate it now that I've watched the movie. Even more, I mean. I get to appreciate it even more. Yeah, it was just, it's just an interesting thing. Because I just picked it. I was like, let me just pick a motivational speech. I looked up some online. I can't speak today. I looked up some online, and I found that one. I was like, okay, this seems pretty cool. It was a nice one. It was just such a good. It was such a good speech, and I'm glad I chose it. It was such a good speech. Yeah, Spider-Man 2 was definitely a good movie all around. The fight scenes were great. The emotional scenes were great, especially the one where Peter at the end is like, he was willing to let MJ go to keep her safe, because he was like, I want to be with you, but I'm not sure we can. Because at that point she knows his identity, but still he's like, I'm not sure it would be a good idea. But then MJ's like, no, I want to be with you, Peter. You deserve me. I love you. And it was just a good scene. It was a good scene, and it was just a good movie all around. I can't really think of any negatives with it. That's the thing. Like, I can't think of any negatives with Spider-Man 2. There probably are some, but I just can't readily think of examples. Because Aunt May was actually a pretty cool character in that one too. And to be honest, I honestly think that speech gave the indication that Aunt May might have actually known that Peter was Spider-Man. Fair point. Oh, right. No, actually, I can't think of negatives. So, well, first of all, let's think of let's type this up. Might as well type this up. So. So, yeah, that's another good point, Maple. I will bring that up in a moment. Let me type up these positives. So, the fight scenes were great. The emotional scenes were great. There were just so many good emotional scenes. Doc Ock was an amazing villain. He's just such a good villain. He really is. He's right up there with Green Goblin. They're both great. What else? The storyline. The storyline was definitely the best of the Raimi trilogy. Negatives. MJ was kind of a bitch. I'm sorry, she was. She was just kind of a bitch. This movie just did not make her look good. And the third one doesn't make her look good either, but I'll get to that when I get to it. But it's really the first movie that she has the best portrayal. The other two movies make her look like a bitch. And what else? Okay, so going back to what you said, Maple. The only other issue I had, other than the way MJ treated John, was why, like, why didn't Peter attempt to tell Harry that he didn't actually kill his father? Like, even if he doesn't believe you, at least try to tell him he didn't kill his father. That's actually a good point. I don't know. I don't know. I feel like the game did this. I think the game handled this point a bit better. This plot point a bit better. I feel like the game handled this a bit better, but or maybe it didn't. I don't know. But yeah, let me put that in. Peter didn't try hard enough, or even at all, to tell Harry that Spider-Man did not kill his father. And this is another problem with the third movie as well, but again, we'll get to that. The third movie has a whole set of problems that it's like if I were to type up an outline for that, which I'm going to do, of course, the negatives would outweigh the positives. Like, you just see a big ass list of negatives. But even though, surprisingly, Spider-Man 3 is actually my favorite one of the trilogy. I know. Everyone's like, what? And I'm like, I don't know. It just is. It's the most poorly constructed one, yet I like it the most. I just do. I like all of them, but I like the third one the most. But anyway. But yeah, Peter should have tried harder to tell Harry that Spider-Man didn't kill his father. Of course, Harry, he would have been a stubborn douche anyway, but... Although, understandably, a stubborn douche. But, like, Peter could have tried harder. I don't know why he didn't. Like, he basically just sits there and lets Harry berate him. And I'm just like, dude, try harder. Come on. And he does this in the third movie as well. Oh, good night, Alex. And another funny nitpick, when Doc Ock is trying to find Peter about where Spider-Man is, why the fuck would he throw a car at him? I don't know. It doesn't make any sense. It doesn't really make any sense. Why would you throw a car at someone you're trying to get information from? It doesn't make any sense. It didn't make any sense in the movie, and it didn't make any sense in the game. I don't know. Or maybe the game did handle it better. I honestly do not remember. In all three of the movies, she literally cheats on every male character she goes into a relationship with. Oh, shit! Oh, shit. Damn, Scott. I'm talking about MJ. Yeah, MJ is just not likable. I'm sorry. In the first movie, she was fine, but in the other two movies, she was just not likable. She wasn't likable in the second movie, and she certainly wasn't likable in the third. Also, it's worth mentioning that Toby Mcguire was nearly recast in this movie with Jake Gyllenhaal. I don't know if I pronounced that correctly. Who would later become Mysterio in Far From Home. Oh, okay. Toby was suffering back injuries when he was filming Seabiscuit, but he decided to stay on because he felt good enough. Oh, okay. Oh. Interesting. Huh. You and your tidbits, Maple. You're basically a walking Spider-Man encyclopedia. But yeah, the second movie was actually good, even though, MJ was a bit of a bitch, and Peter didn't try hard enough to convince his best friend that, he didn't kill his fucking father, but anyway. They also make a joke about that in the movie with the whole "I'm back, my back" scene. And that joke would also have a payoff in No Way Home. Huh, I hadn't considered that. I had never considered that. Wow, okay. Wow. But yeah, Spider-Man 2 was a good movie. Definitely the best out of the trilogy. It wasn't perfect, but it was good. The first one was decent. The second one was good. But now we get to the third one. And okay, so the third one. Let's talk about the third one. Well, actually, hold on. First, Scott had something to say here. MJ goes from Harry to Peter because she found out he was Spidey to some other dude, to Harry to Peter to some other dude, then back to Peter. And I somehow didn't realize this sooner. Was she with someone else in the third film? I don't think she was. But I don't remember. I could be wrong. Overall, Spider-Man 2 is one of my personal favorite superhero movies, and is neck and neck with Into the Spider-Verse. Is the best Spider-Man movie to me. Okay, Maple. Honestly, I'd have to agree. I feel like this is on par with Into the Spider-Verse. I like Into the Spider-Verse more, but Spider-Man 2 is on par with it. So, Spider-Man 3. Okay. Yeah. So, okay. I don't know how to... Yeah, okay. I'm like, it's just... I don't know where to start. Okay. So... I feel like I should just start with the negatives because let's just do it. Fuck it. I don't feel like providing a plot summary or any shit like that. I don't care. Like, if you're watching a Rantstream on this, it's expected that you already know the plot, at least to some degree. But it's whatever. Let's just talk about the negatives. Okay. This is probably the biggest one in the entire movie, though it certainly isn't the biggest one by far. It's definitely the biggest one. There are too many villains. There are just too many. Okay, so one of the villains is Venom, some parasitic life form that survived, came to Earth from a meteor, which is already kind of stupid, but whatever. It takes a hold of Peter and makes him act, violent and aggressive and loud and shit. But that's only when he wears the... Okay, so Venom, makes a suit for Spider-Man. A black suit for Spider-Man. And whenever Peter wears that, he just acts like a huge dick. And, yeah. So he was... And Peter at one point has to, get that thing off him. Because Venom at one point tries to, literally sticks himself to Peter's skin and Peter can't get it out. So Venom was one of the villains. Another was Sandman, who ended up killing Peter's uncle, by the way. But that's not something you're going to know at first. Because you thought, oh, Peter got the killer in the first movie. No, he didn't. It was Sandman who did it. But Sandman did it by complete accident. It was a complete accident. And, okay, so he becomes a villain. Although he doesn't try to be one at first. He's not inherently fucked up like Venom or whatever. Because Venom's an evil parasite. Well, just a parasite, I guess. I guess you can't really assign morality to parasites, but whatever. But Venom seems to be somewhat sentient, though, so I don't care. Anyway, I'm digressing. But Sandman is another villain. At first, he just wants to see his daughter and shit, but then he starts causing problems for people in town. I can't remember exactly why he started being a villain. I honestly cannot remember. But he's one of the villains, and then you have a third villain who's Harry, takes up his dad's role as a Green Goblin, and I'm just like. Because, he thought Spider-Man killed his father, so he decides to take up... He decides to follow in his father's footsteps, and hunts down Spider-Man. Peter Parker, technically. He actually fights Peter Parker without his suit. Without a Spider-Man suit. And I'm just like, didn't we already do this in the first movie? I feel like if you're going to recycle plot devices, at the very least put a spin on things. I mean, they kind of did that because in the end, Green Goblin ends up helping out Spider-Man against Venom and Sandman, who are working together for some weird reason. I don't know why. It doesn't make any sense in the movie. It makes more sense in the game, but not in the movie. In the PS2 Wii version of the game, anyway. I don't know about the HD version. HD versions, nor do I care. But anyway, but yeah, but up until the ending, like, Green Goblin 2.0, I should say, is another villain. But the problem, however, is that the movie doesn't really do a good job of, integrating all these villains. Like, there are just too many. Like, like, the movie keeps jumping from villain to villain to villain. I'm just like, pick one and stick with it. Like, there's something wrong with having a league of villains, but they didn't do that very well here. Into the Spider-Verse did this better, by the way, but we'll get to that when we get to it. It's just like it was trying to be like multiple plots, but like, it's just, what was I talking about? Yeah, okay, so yeah, it was like the movie was trying to do like multiple plots at the same time, and it just did not work out. It just didn't work out. Like, if it would have been better if the movie had been given one villain instead of three, because again, like, too many plot points in one film, just too many. Okay, let me go back to this chat because I know, because a lot of people, a few people here are making good points. Sam Raimi's initial plan with the third movie was to have Harry, Sandman, and the Vulture as the main villains. Okay. However, Sony producer Avi Arad felt that Sam relied too much on his own personal favorite Spidey villains and not ones that modern fans were interested in. You forgot emo in that list. As a result, Arad requested that Sam Raimi put Venom into the movie instead of the Vulture, along with shoehorning in characters like Gwen Stacy and her father. Okay, don't even get me started on Gwen Stacy. Ooh, do not get me started on Gwen Stacy. She was done dirty in this film. But let me just finish reading these. Raimi was actually not a fan of Venom because of his lack of humanity, which is supposed to be a key theme of the movie, about Peter seeing the humanity in his villains and learning forgiveness. Yeah, there seems to be some sort of tonal clash in this film, right? That would explain it. Venom species normally is pretty good and does stuff for peace and stuff, but due to taking on traits of who they're bonded to, they also get the host traits. Oh. So for an example, the Carnage symbiote is influenced by Cletus Cassidy's psychotic, murderous nature, while Venom is influenced by Eddie Brock's vengeance towards Peter. Okay. Right, Eddie Brock's technically another villain in this film, so that makes 4, but since he and Venom, become one, it's technically 3. Wait, Gwen Stacy was in this movie? Yes, actually, but barely. And we'll get to her in a moment. But yeah, that's most of the development history with this movie and why it turned out as messy as it was. There were also discussions of splitting this movie into 2 films, but that idea was scrapped because the writers felt they couldn't come up with a good enough climax for part 1. They should have just split it into 2 films, but they didn't. And this was the result. Yeah, this movie's direction was pretty bad. So, it's just, like, there are just too many things going on in that movie. They should have just, if they wanted to have a league of villains, at the very least integrate them better. Like, make them just, like, basically one group instead of just 3 individual villains doing their own shit. Oh, by the way, the PS4 game also did the whole multiple villains thing better. Oops. But anyway, yeah, this movie just needed better direction. Better writing as well. It's just the script. Yeah, the script. The script was just not very good. Okay, and so... Okay, so let's go to the second problem with this movie. Let's go to the second problem. Gwen Stacy. She was barely irrelevant. Barely relevant. She was barely relevant. Like, why was she even in this film? like she's seemingly another potential love interest for Peter, but then gets like pushed aside and forgotten for most of the movie. And I'm just like, why is she even here? Like, why? Like, why is she even here? Of course, I already know the reason why, because executive meddling, but she really should not have been in the fucking movie, because the writers barely did anything with her. Now, she could have been an interesting character, but the writing fucked her up. Because here's the thing, she's Peter's classmate, right? And she's shown to be actually just as smart as Peter. And you know, they do have some nice scenes with each other. But that's it. But like when Peter's just lets Venom get control of him, he has one scene where he's dancing with Gwen, but he clearly did it to make Mary Jane jealous, because again, Venom made him a douche in this film. And for the most part, not all of Peter's douchebaggery can be excused with Venom, but we'll get to that later. But then Gwen realizes that Peter was using her, and she basically tells him that he's a jerk, and then she apologizes to MJ, and then just walks off, and we never see her again. And it's just like, okay, so Peter basically led her on for nothing. Peter doesn't even go and apologize to Gwen Stacy after all this shit with the villains gets resolved. Like, like, come on. Why you guys have to do that to Gwen Stacy? Come on. Like, why? Oh, hi, Preston. I never knew this. I knew her dad or someone related to her with the last name as her was in it. I never knew she was in it until now, though. You're probably thinking of the Amazing Spider-Man movies. But I don't know. I could be wrong. Because in the Amazing Spider-Man movies, Gwen Stacy is actually... She plays a more important role there. She's basically Peter's MJ in that film. That didn't help her character, but we'll get to that later. Funnily enough, Gwen Stacy was actually Peter's first love interest in the comics, but then it was later MJ after Gwen's death. Oh, I didn't know that. Another funny thing is that the actress for Gwen in real life is actually a redhead, whereas Kirsten Dunst in real life is actually a blonde. Huh. Then why make them change their hair colors? Oh, fuck it, I don't care. It should have been Bryce Dallas Howard who played MJ, and Kirsten Dunst should have been Gwen Stacy. Yeah. I think in some cases of Gwen Stacy, she's supposed to be as smart, if not smarter than Peter. Yeah, and in the Amazing Spider-Man movies, it's like that too, where she's basically Peter's equal, if not his superior. If not superior to him. But yeah, they're both really smart. So, but yeah, like at first, like Peter actually, and at the beginning of the movie, Peter is Gwen's classmate. It actually even helps her with, her I think it was a physics class or whatever. I don't remember. So yeah, so like that. I mean, that could have been the start of a good relationship, but no, the writing ruined it, and she becomes irrelevant. Like her character was done so dirty there. Because she was a nice character. She just didn't have good writing material. And Eddie Brock, he was an idiot. But we'll get to him in a moment. I'm sorry, there's just so much to unpack with this film. But yeah, so that's Gwen Stacy. Yeah, Gwen Stacy was barely even a thing here. You could literally write her out of the plot and nothing would change. She could have been taken out of the plot entirely. She didn't really serve a purpose other than to make Mary Jane jealous, and that's just a total disservice to her character. And then the Amazing Spider-Man movies went and they improved her character in some ways, but not in others. And it's just, yeah, Into the Spider-Verse, her character was done pretty well. I haven't read her comics, but in Into the Spider-Verse, her character was done pretty well there. So yeah, you could think of that movie as actually doing a service to Gwen Stacy's character. Okay, so yeah, Gwen Stacy was just a poor character in this film. She had poor writing anyway. Okay, let's talk about the third negative. Okay, so Eddie Brock in this movie is a fucking dumbass. He tries to cheat his way to getting a full-time job and thinks Gwen is his girlfriend because they had coffee together one time. Did that happen? Because I honestly don't even... I barely even remember, honestly. That's how forgettable Gwen Stacy was in this film. And I'm sorry, I literally forgot. I forgot they she even interacted with Eddie. Eddie Brock. Now, Eddie Brock could have been an interesting rival, but I feel like the writing fucked him up. Because, okay, and here's the dumb thing. So, at one point, Peter gets rid of Venom, but then it ends up, latching onto Brock. And Brock becomes Venom. And I'm sorry, there's just so much to unpack with this movie. Okay, so Peter realizes, oh, sound vibrations stun Venom. And with that was how Peter was able to get out of Venom, like break free from Venom's control. And then he uses that same tactic against Eddie, who was Venom, like in the final battle. And Venom and Venom manages to Peter manages to get Venom off Eddie. And then he uses one of Harry's bombs, the Green Goblin's bombs, to destroy Venom for good. But then Eddie fucking jumps into the explosion and gets killed too! And I'm just like, why would you do that? Like he was like, no, Peter, don't! And then, jumps in there with Venom. And I'm just like, what are you doing, dude? Why the fuck would you do that? Why would you literally, I don't get it. That part made no sense. Dude, why were you... That was just the most what the fuck moment for me. I was, internally laughing when I saw that. I was like, what the fuck? Dude, I don't know, did Venom make you, be attracted to him or something? Did you have a friendship with that thing? I don't know. Why would you risk your life and do that? It just, oh my god. That was so stupid. Okay. I'm sorry. I can't. I'm sorry, dude, you literally just jump right into the explosion and then you die. Eddie, that's basically Eddie Brock's character. A dumbass who gets killed off. That was hilarious, right? It was meant to be serious, but it was hilarious. Oh my god, it was so stupid. I was like, I feel bad for laughing, but that was how stupid the scene was. It was so random. Oh my god. It was just so stupid. I don't know why. Why? Whoever wrote that, what made you think that was a good idea? I don't know. I just don't fucking know. But yeah, Eddie Brock was just a waste of a character. He was just a waste of a character. I'm gonna go ahead. Excuse me. I'm gonna go ahead and type that in here. Eddie Brock was a waste of a character. Because, his character could have been interesting, having a rival to Peter in the Daily Bugle. That was an interesting plot point, but the writing screwed it up. So basically, Eddie goes and does some really weird shit, thinking Gwen's his girlfriend, or asking, praying in church that Peter would get killed. And I'm just like, okay, what the fuck? I'm sorry. It's just yeah. His character was just a mess. It was a mess. Like it was It was interesting on paper, but the execution was shit. And he gets killed off in the dumbest way possible at the end. And it was honestly pretty stupidly contrived that right when Peter was trying to get Venom off him, Eddie just happened to be there to be Venom's new host. And I'm just like, yeah, okay. So I'm sorry, just no. Just no. Just no. Just no. N-O. N-O spells no. Yeah, and plus he barely gets any focus in the film. There's this one scene where he tries to get a picture of the black suit Spider-Man who destroys his camera, which was funny. Very douchebaggery, but funny. Like very douchebaggish, but very funny. And I'm like, oh, okay. So, like, but yeah, Eddie Brock really should have been written better. Like his character was just really weird, and like it just felt like he basically wasn't really a villain, but a caricature of a villain. The main thing I remember from these movies is J. Jonah Jameson. Legends say that still to this day he is still waiting for Spider-Man to quit again so that he can have the suit back. Yeah, Jameson was good in all three movies. Like he's a good character. I don't like him, in a sense, like somewhat. Like I have a love-hate relationship with him, but he's a good character. I don't like the way he treats Spider-Man, but that doesn't make him a bad character. I think he's a good character. Like you can admit that a character is good without having to like the character. There are several characters in fiction that I don't like, but yet I still think they're good characters. What about Harry and that whole dumb short-term memory subplot? Okay, let's talk about Harry. It's not even just that. Harry as a character was pretty. Let me go ahead and type that into the outline. Harry was a terrible character in this film, except for the end. In the end, he ended up being better, but throughout most of the film, he was an asshole. Basically, like at the beginning of the movie, he's supposed to, like in the movie, like I think they were at this get together. He just basically kept rubbing it in Peter's face that, oh, Spider-Man killed my father, and I'm just like, dude, you are such an asshole. You are such an asshole. And like, and Peter doesn't even try to defend himself. And I'm just like, dude, okay. And it's not even just that. And right after Harry fights Peter for the first time, and Peter knocks his ass out, and rightfully so, by the way, Harry gets short-term memory loss. Yeah, okay. So, like it's convenient that he just forgets, like not even just you know, like he forgets everything regarding Spider-Man. Like not anything before it, just that one part. And I'm just like, okay. Yeah, that's really contrived. Okay. So I'm just like, okay. So it's like, oh, cool. My best friend doesn't remember like that. You know, he thinks that I killed his father. Cool. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Sure. Okay. That's really convenient. Okay, like I'm not against the concept of Deus Ex Machinas. They're not necessarily bad. Tropes are not necessarily bad, or good for that matter. They're tools to be used in storytelling, but they can be used badly, and in this case, it was used badly. It's just stupid to have Harry just forget all of that shit, just so Peter could get off, just so he could get off Peter's back. Like, no, just no. That's stupid. That's stupid. That's just so stupid and contrived. Now, what's contrived isn't necessarily bad, but here it just doesn't work. They should, like, and plus Harry ends up remembering anyway. It's like after, I can't remember, but he was in his apartment and then he saw something that made him remember, and then it's just like, okay, so what was the point of having him forget if he was just going to remember anyway? It's like you see what I mean? Like they should have just kept it like have Harry progressively get to the point where it's like, okay, Spider-Man didn't kill my father. I was being an asshole. But no, he gets his memory wiped. Yeah, okay. So, yeah, no, and the acting does for that character didn't really help either. Like he was basically a caricature. Like I feel like he was trying to be a second Green Goblin but failed. In a sense, like Harry comes off as a combination of Eddie Brock and his father, and but manages to be worse than his father. I just and you know, like and probably Eddie Brock as well. I don't know. Like, oh no, I'd say they're both equally bad. It's just they're just both bad. I'm sorry, but like the movie did do Harry justice at the end. He sacrifices his life to save his best friend. I think that's how it went. I like he gets killed somehow. Um and Peter and MJ are there. And you know, Harry, you know, he fully repents for everything that's happened, and you know, it was just a nice touching scene. And it was also a nice touching scene with Sandman where Peter forgives Sandman for killing his uncle. And Sandman cries, and he just, you know, he literally fades away. Like, he literally just, but, like, he turns to sand and just, you know, fades away. But it was a nice scene, because I feel like the fading away was symbolic of Sandman's, you know, letting go of the past and coming to peace, coming to terms with his own actions and wrongdoings. You know, just letting go, you know, finally having all that shit off his chest. It was a symbolic thing. It was nice. I liked it. And yeah, so Harry's character was good at the end, but it was good. His character was good in the end, but up until that point, it was shit. It was shit. Sorry, like, his character was just not done well in this movie. It wasn't. It was not. What about that stupid plan he had where he forced MJ to break up with Peter to break his heart? I forgot about that too, Scott. You're not wrong. Like, I forgot about that too. I forgot that was a thing. Because it was so poorly executed that I ended up forgetting about it. Like, there are just some plot points that can be so badly executed that your mind just literally just skips over them. And I feel like that's the case here. Because, for one thing, it doesn't even last very long. And it was just stupid all around. Like, it was just so dumb. Break up with Peter. Okay. Like, first of all, how's that even going to help with getting your... I don't know. I don't know. I really don't know. You would think that grilling Peter enough would be enough... You think that grilling Peter a lot would be enough for Harry... Would give Harry enough satisfaction? No, he has to go and make his best friend break up... His best friend's girlfriend break up with his best friend. And I'm just like, okay, dude, you have issues. And it's just like, okay. Yeah, I don't know why MJ didn't just tell Peter what happened. And MJ was also not handled well in this movie, but I'll get to her in a moment. Seriously, this movie just shat on everyone's characterization. I think you made a point about that earlier, Maple, where the characters' motivations don't make any fucking sense. I think Harry got stabbed and impaled by Venom when he tried helping Peter. Oh, okay, that's what it was. Yeah. Okay, now I remember. And surprisingly, there was a callback to that in No Way Home, I think. I don't know. But anyway, but yeah, Harry gave up his life in the end. It was nice. It was a decent redemption, but it wasn't enough to... It doesn't change the fact that his character was pretty shit for most of the movie. Now, as to how his character was in the Amazing Spider-Man movies, we'll get to that when we get to it. Like, I get that MJ wanted the two to stop fighting before he killed each other, but she should have given a hint to Peter about Harry being back to his villainous form. She should have. She could have at least implied it, but she just sat there and did nothing. Okay. So now let's talk about MJ. MJ, oh my god, I cannot stand this bitch in this movie. She was bitchy in the second movie, she's bitchy here too. So, what pisses me off about MJ in this movie is that, okay, so she decided to start a career on acting and singing, I believe. All while working on the side at some restaurant. And so she was originally cast for the role of some role, whatever, but then they replaced her with someone else without telling her. Like she finds out at probably the worst possible time, and and oh yeah, we'll get to Sandman in a moment. Don't worry. But yeah, I really want, like, this. I just don't like MJ. MJ in this movie was just a bitch. I'm sorry, she was a bitch. So okay, going back to what happened to her. So she's basically out of a role, and okay, and this part pissed me off. I don't know what MJ was thinking when she said this, but I don't know. Yeah, okay, so she was fired. Yeah, she was fired because of bad reviews. People said, "Oh, we can't hear her. She doesn't resonate. Like, her voice is just barely audible." Okay, and so she tells Peter about this. Yeah, I don't know why they didn't just give her a microphone. It's not like she was in an opera house. In an opera house, you can't, like, you aren't given microphones when you're singing because you don't need them. Your voice is supposed to carry. Like, you're supposed to be able to resonate without a microphone. Like, to be heard without a microphone. And opera houses are specifically designed to allow sound to carry. So, but it wasn't an opera house. It was a stage. They could have just given her a microphone. Yeah, she was a waitress in a restaurant. But I don't know why they didn't just give her a microphone. Like, I don't think it was an opera house, so I'm pretty sure it wasn't an opera house. But like, and even if it was an opera house, then why cast her? Why cast her in the first place? Because, like, it would make no fucking sense. I don't know. Because, like, I don't know. It just doesn't make any sense. But yeah, she got fired, and so she's telling Peter about this, and Peter, trying to be a good boyfriend, tries to relate to MJ. Try to make her feel better by saying it's okay. Like, MJ, MJ, it's okay. It's okay. Don't worry about it. Sometimes you'll have haters. Like, Spider-Man gets criticized all the time in the media. Like, I can relate to you. And MJ says probably the most self-centered thing I've ever heard in any of these movies. She says, "But this isn't about you, Peter. It's about me." And I'm like, bitch! Like, oh my god! Like, oh my god! How self-centered can you be? Oh my god! Like, and I'm just like, okay, back up, MJ. Back up. Hold up. Hold the fuck up. Your boyfriend is trying to relate to you by, showing, like, he's trying to relate to you, in order to make you feel better. Because that's a tactic people use to make others feel better. Like, it doesn't always work, mind you, but that's what Peter was trying to do. And MJ just spits all over it. I'm just like, bitch. Like, Peter was trying to make you feel better. He wasn't trying to make it about him. And he even explains this. He even says, I'm MJ, I'm just trying to relate to you. Like, and he handled that pretty well. I would have literally snapped right back at her. I'm not joking. That's how I would have reacted. I would have been like, I wasn't trying to make it about me. I was trying to relate to you. But MJ was just being self-centered in this film. I'm sorry. She was just being a bitch. Like, you couldn't sense that your boyfriend was trying to make you feel better. He wasn't trying to make it about him. And like, and I'm sorry, I just did not like that scene. That scene just made me hate MJ. Like, oh my god. It's like, she's like, oh, you try to understand how I feel. That's what he's doing, and you're literally spitting all over it. You're just a bitch. I'm sorry. She's just a bitch in this film. She's a cunt. She's a cunt. I just don't like her in this film. Like, this is... Oh, that scene pissed me off. I would have just walked right out if I had been in Peter's place. I was just like, no, fuck you. Okay, well, walking out would have been extreme, but you get my point. She was just being a bitch. I'm like, MJ, that was so self-centered of you. And... Now we're going to get into that. Yeah, you're right, Maple. I was just about to get into that, actually. Now, the only thing that she had a right to be mad at Peter about was the whole kissing Gwen Stacy thing. Of course, Peter didn't mean this. You know, he did it because he... Okay, so there was this event, this public event for Spider-Man, and Gwen Stacy was going to give him some reward or something. Key to the city? I don't remember. I don't care either. But... Okay, so... Gwen Stacy was talking to Spider-Man on the stage, and Spider-Man was like, "Hey, you know what? We should do a little kiss. That'll be an interesting little thing, for publicity's sake." And Gwen was like, "Oh, okay." Of course, MJ didn't know about this. Peter didn't fucking tell her, nor did he think, you know what? Maybe I shouldn't kiss another girl in front of my girlfriend. I think that might piss her off. But no, he does it, and then he knew MJ was there too. He does it, and then he's just all happy and like waving at everyone along with Gwen Stacy, and then MJ's just like, "Are you fucking serious?" And then when MJ calls him out on it later, and Peter's just like, "I don't get what I did wrong," and I'm like, "Okay, Peter." Like, okay, again, Peter didn't mean any harm by it. He still clearly loved MJ. He just thought giving Gwen Stacy a little kiss would make for good publicity, but he didn't consult MJ about it, nor did he think it through, and this was the result. And it makes Peter look like a dick. He wasn't trying to be a dick, but he came off as a dick. So yeah, that's the one thing that... So, see, Peter does act like a douche in this film, but that's the one scene where it wasn't Venom's fault that Peter acted like a douche. That was completely on Peter. Now, again, Peter meant well, but he really should have thought about this. He didn't, and that was the result. And I'm just like, Peter, fam, what made you think that was a good idea? You could have told your girlfriend about it at first. Like, at least that. Like, now, granted, MJ still might not have wanted it, but you never know. Some girls would be like, oh, okay, whatever. Like, you know, give them a little kiss, like, whatever. Because they're like, they'll know, okay, he still wants me. So some girls probably wouldn't mind, but some would. And either way, Peter should have consulted her. He didn't. And I'm just like, I don't know. I just don't know. I just don't know. Oh my god, that was Bruce Campbell? I didn't know that! He was the French waiter. I didn't know that. Oh my god, I didn't know that. Wow, I didn't even know what Bruce Campbell looked like until recently, actually. Like, I was watching the bonus DVD that came with the PS3 version of Spider-Man 3. And it works, by the way, don't worry. And I saw what Bruce Campbell looked like for the first time. I was like, oh, that's what he looks like. Okay. But that's beside the point. But yeah, I did not realize that was Bruce Campbell, because I didn't know what he looked like at the time. I would have been like, you dumbass motherfucking bitch ass hoe looking ass retard. I am trying to sympathize with you. Think, bitch, think. Yeah, exactly. Like, I'm just not really a fan of people who shit on your attempts to be nice. That really rubs me the wrong way. That just, like, MJ. Okay, I can, like, okay, I get it, like, MJ was just really upset at the time, and she probably wasn't thinking straight, and sometimes being that emotional can make you say shit like that, but still, you think she would have been like, okay, I really shouldn't have talked to Peter like that, let me go and apologize, but no, she never apologizes for it. And it doesn't help that later in the movie, she starts acting jealous of Spider-Man, because, Spider-Man's getting all, he's getting positive attention, while MJ's just, struggling with her acting career and singing career, and I'm just like, MJ, you need to calm down. Stop being pissed at your boyfriend. And I'm sorry, MJ she was just flat out unlikable here. Like, she was just unlikable in this film. She was unlikable in the second, and she's unlikable here. And she never apologizes for any of this behavior. No, it's Peter that has to apologize. And rightfully so. But at least Peter had an excuse for most of his actions. MJ didn't have any. And she never apologizes to Peter. She's like, she never says anything like, "Oh, I'm Peter, I'm sorry for being a bitch to you. I shouldn't have done that. You were just trying to make me feel better. I'm sorry. I'm just really upset now because, you're out getting attention and I'm positive attention and I'm not." Like, she never says anything like that. And I'm just like, yeah, fuck you. Just fuck you. You don't deserve Peter. But anyway. Yeah, exactly. She needed to talk to Peter more about her bad mood. She could have had an open discussion with him, but no, she acts like a bitch to him and never apologizes for it. I can understand her being a bit jealous. And, I can understand that, but that's not an excuse to be a bitch. I'm sorry. That's not. You could have talked to your boyfriend about your feelings, and he would have understood, but no, you didn't. Like, she just shits on Peter, and, like, it's just annoying. It's just so fucking annoying. Granted, she had a right to be mad at him for, basically using Gwen Stacy to make her jealous. But for the most part, Peter was just acting under Venom's influence. And does he even explain that to MJ later? I don't even remember. If he doesn't, that just shows that he's a poor communicator. They're both poor communicators, if we're going to be honest. But, yeah, MJ was just a cunt here. I'm sorry. I know that's a harsh word, but that scene where Peter was trying to make her feel better, that just rubbed me the wrong way. I was just like, this bitch. Wow. Like, and it's just so ironic and hypocritical. Here she is, she's like, "Don't make it about you, it's about me." And I'm like, yet you're making it entirely about you. You're making it entirely about you. And you have the nerve to call someone else out for making it entirely about them when that's not even what they were doing. Fuck you. Just fuck you. Okay, well, enough about MJ. But let me type that in. MJ was an unlikable bitch. Fuck MJ. No, I'm kidding. But MJ was so... let me just say this. MJ was thoroughly unlikable in this film. Just so unlikable. Even more than the second film, I would say. Actually, no. I'd say she's equally bad in both. MJ was just thoroughly unlikable. Okay, but let's go on to another plot point. Kirsten Dunst's performance felt rather phoned in, almost as if she was over these movies. That's another good point, actually. That's how I felt at one point while watching the movie. It just felt like she wasn't really into the movie. Like, she was just there because she had to be, not because she wanted to be. Like, that's the thing. Her performance just came off as forced. Compared to the first two movies where she was, more into the movie. Like, her character felt more real. And then there's just this movie. So, really, this movie does have the worst version of MJ. Oops. Anyway. Let's go on to Sandman. Yeah. So, Sandman. Okay, why did he try to... Okay, I'm sorry, I don't remember this, but can someone please explain to me why he was working with Venom in the end? Because I don't think the movie ever explains it. Because up until that point, those two have had absolutely nothing to do with each other. And so, like, why are they working together in the... Like, at the end of the film? I don't even remember. I'm sorry, I just can't remember. That's the thing. I don't think the movie even explains it, which again just goes to show how poorly written it was. I'm guessing to get revenge on Spider-Man, because for some contrived reason he wanted to take revenge on Spider-Man because he tried to kill him, I guess. Oh, yeah, that's right. There was that scene in the sewers where Spider-Man, like, doused the Sandman with water. What was the question? Why did Sandman work with Venom in the end? At the end of the film? Because I honestly cannot be bothered to remember. I wasn't paying attention. That's okay. But yeah, I don't remember. But yeah, he wanted to take his revenge on Spider-Man, so he worked with Venom. But okay, but that's just weird though because I don't remember. Yeah, that's the thing. Like the movie just like it's such a stupid reason. Like okay, I want to get revenge on Spider-Man, but you didn't need to work with Venom to make that happen. I guess making Venom would have made it easy. Like working with Venom would have made it easier, but I don't know. Like, but still, like, was Venom even a threat in the city at that point? Like, was he a well-known threat in the city at that point? Because if he wasn't, then it would make no sense for Sandman to team up with him. Because that'd be like teaming up with someone random. I don't know. I just don't remember. I just honestly can't remember. Oh, by the way, hi, OJ Diesel. The movie game actually gave a much better reason for Sandman teaming up with Venom because he kidnapped his daughter and threatened to kill her. Yeah, see, the movie game actually did a better job with that. Because it seriously, it makes no sense for Sandman to team up with Venom. I'm sorry, I just don't see a reason as to why. Yeah, the whole revenge thing, Sandman could have just done that on his own. He didn't need Venom. I guess Venom would have made it easier, but like I'm sorry, I just don't think that's a good enough reason to team up with someone. Like I'm sorry, I just don't. At least not like that. I don't know. I feel like it just was poorly done. I can't explain it. I don't know. Venom was only a thing for one night. Okay, so it makes no fucking sense. So why like okay, so you go and fight some random ass dude who wants to kill Spider-Man, and it's like oh okay. I'm like, or did Venom talk to Sandman beforehand? Like, did Venom find Sandman and talk to him? I can't remember. I don't remember how it went. I just don't remember. I don't think the kid was in Sandman's kid was in the movie. Like she was mentioned in the movie, but I don't think she was actually in the movie. Well, there was a scene of her being in the movie. I mean, there was a scene with Sandman, his wife, and his daughter. But, like, I don't think the daughter appeared after that point. And that was a flashback scene. So, I don't know. Oh my god. Yeah, see, this movie's a mess. I like it. Don't get me wrong, I like it, but it's such a mess. Oh my god. Yeah, exactly. She was only in one scene and never seen again for the rest of the movie. So like his daughter only showed up in like one scene in the movie. So that I remembered correctly. Like and he also had this, this memento of her. I think it was a locket or something like that. I don't fucking remember. There was actually another scene with her in Edgar's cut where she sees her father as a sandcastle. Yeah, okay. This movie. I don't know. That's just weird. Now regarding Sandman's character himself, uh, I don't think Sandman was handled too badly, but he could have been handled better. It was honestly quite a nice moment, and honestly should have been in the actual movie. I would have loved to see it. Maybe it's because to me it sounds silly on paper, but perhaps like it was perhaps like the execution would be a lot better because I don't know. I didn't get it. I don't know what it looks like, but I don't know. Huh? I just looked it up. It was literally like we both want to kill the spider. Why not work together? Oh, so that's how it happened. So did Venom ask Sandman that question? I think he did. I don't remember. I don't remember, honestly. But I would have loved to see that sandcastle scene. Maybe I can look it up later on YouTube in the Rantstream. We'll see. My big complaint with Sandman is the way he was actually Uncle Ben's killer the whole time. It was a dumb retcon. Yeah, it kind of was stupid, if we're going to be honest. I feel like Sandman didn't really need to be Uncle Ben's killer. Like, that didn't need to be a part of his character. Like, and you could tell that that wasn't planned beforehand. I'm pretty sure that was not planned beforehand. And I didn't even know it was a retcon, yet I could feel that it just did not make any sense. Like, it just... Like, because in the first movie, there was no indication of Sandman ever, having anything to do with Peter's uncle. Okay, so Venom did ask that question. Okay. Okay, so that makes sense. Okay. Still kind of stupid, but makes sense. Venom asks it at first. Sandman just throws him away. Literally. He picks him up with sand and chucks him. Then he actually asks. Okay, so that's what happened. Okay. So that actually does make more sense now. Still kind of stupid, but makes more sense. Okay, so I'm just misremembering things. Sorry, I'm trying to remember all these plot details. The Tom Holland movies are probably going to be the ones I remember the most easily because those are the most recent ones I watched. I believe it was actually Raimi's idea to make Sandman Uncle Ben's killer to bring that arc full circle. Which would have been more effective if Sandman had just been the main villain from the outset. But he wasn't. Yeah, Raimi should have just done it. Like, he could have made that work, but for that to work, it really should have just been Sandman as the main villain. That didn't happen. I mean, okay, so the whole Venom asking Sandman to, work together and defeat Spider-Man. Okay, so that does make sense. Sort of, I guess. But like, I liked how the movie game did it more. I liked that one better because like, I don't know, because like, I just feel like that was a more compelling reason for Sandman to work with Venom rather than just being like, oh, you want revenge too? Let's do it, bitch. That scene where Flint becomes Sandman is one of the best scenes in the movie. I agree. It was actually a really cool scene, and at the end it was actually rather heartbreaking, because like he becomes Sand and he drops his locket, his daughter's locket, and he tries to pick it up but he can't, and that was just heartbreaking because that was the one thing he had. That was the one thing that he had that was from his daughter. So Sandman really should have been the main villain. I don't even think it needed to be Venom. It really should have just been Sandman, honestly. Or it could have been Venom, but I would have preferred Sandman. And there was also Harry, but Harry doesn't matter. Forget him. I don't care about him. But Sandman, yeah, okay, so Sandman, I don't think he was handled that badly in this movie, but I feel like he just needed more screen time. I feel like he had potential, but the writing just didn't give him enough screen time. Speaking of which, why the fuck did scientists believe that it was a bird that was in there and not a man? Your guess is as good as mine. Like, I don't know why they didn't investigate that disturbance that Flint caused in the experiment area more carefully. I don't know. I don't know. It's like, oh, it's probably just a bird. But like that guy weighed a lot more than the bird. Oops. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. It was kind of stupid. But yeah. Plus, it makes Sandman's character look better. The movie game made Sandman's character look better. Instead of seeking revenge, he just wanted to protect his daughter. Although I'm not a fan of why Peter didn't bother fucking explain to Sandman in the movie game, "Hey, I didn't kill your daughter. That was Venom trying to trick you." He didn't bother trying to tell that to Sandman. Peter, you gotta work on communicating in these. You gotta work on that. You really have to work on that. Emo Peter. Okay, let's talk about Peter Parker himself, the protagonist of this film. Okay, so whenever he wears the Venom suit or gets any bit of Venom on him. Oh, see you later, Scott. Nice. I'm glad you stopped by. Thank you for coming. But but yeah, whenever he gets Venom on him, he starts acting aggressive, loud. Well, not necessarily aggressive and loud and violent, but he just starts acting a lot more. He just starts acting ruder, cockier, and pushier. Like, you know how one of his neighbors is this girl who's, I think, the daughter of his landlord. I don't remember, but you know, around her he's just really he's just around her, like whenever he's Venom, like he you know, he gets Venom on him. He just acts really pushy around her, where he's like, "Bake me more cookies, please," and then she's like, "Oh, okay." Like he's really pushy, but in a kind of a faux, like kind of like a pseudo nice way. So it's like that. And with other people, like with some people, he's just pushy, but in a pseudo nice way. But with others, he's just outright rude and angry and shit. And I'm like, yeah, he's not. I don't think he's a bad character. Like, it just shows a different side of Peter Parker, like a warped side, like what happens when, you know, something takes control of him like that. I actually didn't mind that. So some people don't like emo Peter. I didn't mind him. I actually thought he was interesting. Although his dancing seriously needed work. But, I mean, it's Peter Parker. What do you expect? But, like, yeah. Oh, good night, Scott. But, yeah, like, emo Peter actually wasn't bad. So, that could be a positive, emo Peter. Emo Peter was actually an interesting take on Peter Parker. I'm just typing shit. Oop, shit. Okay, there we go. So, emo Peter was an interesting take on Peter Parker. So, see, I knew that the list of negatives was going to be bigger than the list of positives. But I can't think of any other negatives, really. Where well, this is the movie where basically everyone's an asshole. So it's like, yeah, this movie just fucked everyone's character up. But I mean, it brought it, like it came, it, you know, it had emo Peter, so I mean that was a plus. The action scenes are great. Yeah, good action scenes. Let me put that in. Yeah, the one between Harry and Peter was actually pretty cool. I like that one. And the way Harry gets taken out at the end was pretty funny. Smart and funny at the same time. Peter, you genius, you. So yeah, there were great fighting scenes. Like, the scenes at the end of the movie were nice. Those were good fight scenes. Even if the movie itself had a shitty plot. I mean, the fight scenes were great. So, there's that. and it had a good ending, except for the where the part where Eddie blew himself up. That was so stupid. But I mean, the ending was great. Let me put that in. The ending was great. Because it was such a heartbreaking, and it was such a sad ending. It was great. Sandman gets closure. Harry redeems himself. Venom dies. Eddie blows up. I'm sorry. It's just it's so stupid. It was supposed to be serious, and yet I just couldn't stop laughing. But yeah, other than that, the ending was great. It was just great. It was great. Are there any other positives I can think of? Yeah, the music is great. Yeah, right? Just like the first two movies. Yeah, that's the thing. I found that movie very entertaining. Like, there's always something happening on screen. Always. Always something happening on screen. And yeah, the movie did have a nice theme of forgiveness, so there was that. So let me put that in. Forgiveness. It had a nice theme of forgiveness. What else did you said something else as well. I'm trying to remember. The music was great. And the same could be said for the first two. Might as well type that in there. Okay. So, yeah, that's the thing. Like, this movie is just bad in terms of writing, objectively bad, yet it's just so entertaining. It's the movie that's so bad it's good, basically. That's the thing. It's so bad that it's good. It's just one of those movies, you know? Like, it's just one of those. Like, it's bad, but, there's charm to it. You know? That's how I feel towards the movie. Yeah, that's the thing. If you watch this movie back to back to back, then the third movie won't seem as bad compared to the other two. That's how I did it. But if you watch it in isolation, yeah, it's going to look a lot worse in comparison. But back to back to back, it won't look that bad in comparison. And in fact, like, I ended up liking. That's actually, again, it's my favorite uh, movie of the original trilogy. Excuse me. Yeah, this movie has problems, but I like it. I like it. I like it. It's so, like, I like it. You know? Did I say it hard, a nice theme? I can't spell today. Okay. Anything else? Yeah, it would have been much better if Sony hadn't gotten away. That's the thing. Like, the reason this movie sucked was because of executive meddling. Executive meddling can kill a product. I've seen it happen. Everyone has seen it happen. It happens, and it sucks because what could have been great ends up being ruined because some producers or editors or whatever wanted. Oh no! Do this! Do this! Do this! Do this! And I'm like, but that's not what I. That's not the original. That wasn't the vision I had. Yeah, well, you have to do this anyway, and they do it, and this is the result. It pisses me off. Executive meddling. It's not necessarily a bad thing, because sometimes something can start out shitty and end up being better, but executive meddling has caused quite a number of problems in the industry, and it's so fucking annoying. Just whenever possible, it's usually just a good idea to let creators do what they want. Just try to be as hands off as possible. Just please. Oh, okay, yeah, that's another thing. I almost forgot that. Thank you for mentioning that, Maple. Thank you for mentioning that. Okay. So let me type this in. The fucking butler didn't tell Harry that Spider-Man was innocent until the very end of the goddamn movie. What the fuck? Why did you tell him that now? I'm assuming you knew how distraught Harry was over, the thought that Spider-Man killed his father, and you are just now telling him. Yeah, okay. So that's the thing. Harry did not need to be a villain in this movie. He didn't need to be a villain, and this is precisely why. Okay. Why? Just why? Why didn't you tell him that sooner? You told him at the worst possible time. And to keep in mind that Harry, lost an eye after his most recent fight with Spider-Man. He had lost an eye. And his face, and part of his face was burned. And you are just now telling him, oh, Spider-Man didn't kill your father. Yeah. So you were wrong. You didn't fucking tell him. Why? It's no, his father... no, your father killed himself. Why didn't you fucking tell us, son? I have heard, though, that in the editor's cut, Harry actually just looked at a picture with himself, Peter, and MJ, and that's what got him to change his tune. Which would have made a lot more sense than this shit. I don't know what were the writers thinking. Did they not realize how problematic that was? Hey, Chi-Man, what's up? Hey, Anime Kid. We're just talking about Spider-Man movies, if it isn't already obvious. Super Mario Sunshine can suck it. Yeah, it can. Because it's just not a good game. Easily the weakest out of the 3D Mario games. The whole galaxy style. The whole, collect stars, moons, shines, whatever. Because that game just sucks. But I'll save that for another Rantstream. We'll rip that game apart when we get to it. Because it just sucks. I've only played, a few hours? I'm only a few hours in, and you guys saw my rants. You guys saw my test stream. I was pissed with that game. I was I'm not playing this anymore. And it's just such a bad game. It's a bad game. It's not the worst Mario game. Not even the worst game, period. It's just a bad game, though. But anyway. But yeah, the butler. Why didn't you tell Harry sooner? Was there anything stopping the butler from telling Harry? Was there anything stopping him? Am I missing something? Did I forget something? I don't fucking know. At this point, I don't know. This movie's logic makes no sense. This movie has no logic, I should say. That would be better. A better way to phrase it. Speaking of which, I should watch the Mulan 2020 movie. Because everyone's been shitting on it, and I want to see how bad it is for myself. Oh man, I gotta have a rant stream about that, along with other movies that I've recently watched. Before we move on to Amazing Spider-Man, it should be worth noting that there was supposed to be a fourth movie. Yeah, that's correct. There was going to be a fourth movie at first, but I can't remember the reason why it was canceled. And Sony apparently did more executive meddling with The Amazing Spider-Man 2. Great. Excellent. Okay. Oh, and Bruce Campbell made a cameo as the, what was it? The announcer for the wrestling match in the first movie? Huh. Interessant. Bruce Campbell. You can't have Spider-Man without Bruce Campbell. It's just not going to happen. Bruce Campbell is... He is best boy. Best man. He is best man. However, Raimi went through multiple iterations of scripts but hated every single one of them. Yeah, I get that feeling. Like, I'm trying to write a story in fiction and I keep, like, changing the plot because I just keep hating every single plot I bring up. And so I get you, Raimi. I get you, fam. It can be hard to decide on a good story, you know? Like, it's just like, no, this isn't right. Nah, this isn't right either. Ah, this is shit. Now, poor guy. He tried, but, yeah. But yeah, that's Spider-Man 3. It has its positives, but the negatives weigh it down greatly. Everyone was just an asshole in this film. Like, holy shit. Even more than J. Jonah Jameson himself, and that man is a huge asshole. I don't know. And Eddie was supposed to be an asshole, yeah, but he wasn't a very good one. Like, if you're gonna make someone an asshole, at the very least, do it right. Harry as well. MJ, there's no excuse for her. Gwen Stacy wasn't an asshole. She was just irrelevant. She was basically Blaze the Cat in Sonic 06. Where it's like, oh yeah, that character was there, but... Wait, who are we talking about again? Oh well. Anyway. Peter having an affair with Black Cat and ruining his engagement with MJ. You know, I'm actually glad he didn't go through with that. I'm actually glad he did not go through with that idea. Because that would have just made Peter... that would have made Peter unlikable. But I do remember you mentioning something about that in the stream in the past, Maple. But yeah, that's Spider-Man 3. It's unarguably the worst one of the trilogy, but it has its charm, and it's actually my favorite of the three. I guess because it was just so entertaining and exciting and ridiculous throughout that, I don't know, it just had me hooked. It just had me hooked, I guess. And I think there was even a script that had revealed that Vulture was actually MJ's father, which makes little to no sense. And see, I'm glad they did not go through with that, because that would have been like, what? That would have just been a big what. I would have been like, what? But yeah, that is Spider-Man 3. So, before we get to Spider-Man 4, not Spider-Man 4, The Amazing Spider-Man 1, which, okay, yeah, okay, we're gonna be here a while. I'll be right back. So, I'm probably gonna take, we should, you know what, I feel like maybe we should take a bit of a break now. Like, 5-10 minutes before I go back into the Spider-Man, the Amazing Spider-Man 1 and 2. I feel like this will be a good time for a break. But what do you guys think? It's not going to be a very long break, but what do you guys think? So Raimi had more time on this, wanted more time on the script, but Sony was like no, and Raimi quit. I don't blame him, because Sony fucked up his third movie. So like, at that point I would be done too. Okay, okay. So you're fine with the break? Okay, it's up to me. Yeah. Okay. Okay, yeah, I'll go. I'm gonna go like I'm not gonna like. It's just gonna be like I'm gonna go and eat like a few sandwiches and whatnot because I'm not looking. I'm not gonna have like a big meal or whatever. I don't think I need one at this point. But yeah, I have not had dinner yet, so I might as well go and just grab a few sandwiches. Um, and go. I need to use the restroom too. So we will be right back. Let me pause the recording so that we're not so that there isn't a bunch of dead space, dead air, whatever. But yeah. So in 10 minutes we will return. Yeah, I'll make it. I'll make it 10 minutes. So go and like use the restroom if you have to. Order something to eat, whatever. I don't care. Go to the grocery store. I don't care. Just go and do whatever. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Yeah, I think that's a good idea, Maple. I think that's a good idea because see, I still have so much to talk about, and if I continue to go through everything, we'd be here like until probably 2 in the morning, or even 3 in the morning, and I just really don't want to do that. Like, we're just gonna like stop at the Amazing Spider-Man movies. Yeah, let's just do that. We'll save like the Tom Holland trilogy and Into the Spider-Verse for next time. So we'll do 5 movies today and 4 tomorrow. So yeah, that's fine. Yeah, I was thinking about doing something like that too. I was like, yeah, I'm not gonna have enough time to. I mean, I technically do have enough time, but I don't think I'll have enough energy to do all these movies in one sitting. So we're just gonna save it for tomorrow. Okay. But yeah, let's go ahead. Oh, right. Before we continue, one more thing I was thinking about on my break. I should point out that even though Peter's jerk-ass behavior was mostly because of Venom, I should point out that Peter technically could have gotten rid of Venom at any point in time, but chose not to, even after I think Dr. Connors. I think that's what I think that's who told him this. Like he told him, don't get this stuff on you, Peter. This stuff seems dangerous. But Peter ignored his advice, and he ignored his warning and did it anyway. So Peter does have some culpability in some of the things that happen. Even though Venom was the one causing him to act like that, Peter still does have some responsibility, some blame. So I don't want to imply that like Peter is almost completely faultless. He's not. Still, MJ is a bitch. Anyway, let's move on. I'm sorry, I just really did not like her in this movie. I don't know why. Like something just triggers me in that. I don't know, like that scene made me want to slap her. I'm sorry, like damn. But anyway, let's move on. You might miss the beginning of it. I could always just do it later. That's fine. That's fine. You don't have a lot to say about them, but you do have your gripes with them. I don't have much to say about them either. I do have complaints, but not very many, because I don't think they're bad. Could have been a bit better, but I don't think they're bad. But yeah, I do have a few gripes with them as well. But let's go ahead and move on to the Amazing Spider-Man 1. If you're wondering what these letters are in this outline, they're just placeholders. I like if you press enter on an empty bullet, it disappears. I just put them there because I wanted something to hold this. I just wanted a placeholder. I technically didn't need one here, but I was like, fuck it, I'll put it for both. But anyway, the Amazing Spider-Man 1. Easily one of the... Okay, so the Amazing Spider-Man movies are just the ones that everyone likes the least, and it's pretty easy to see why. Don't get me wrong, I love these movies, actually. I actually like these movies. I know why people don't like them, but I like them. But I admit that they have flaws. So, let's start with the negatives then. What's the flaw? Well, one of the flaws of this movie is that the dialogue is shit. Yeah, poor dialogue. Sorry, not sorry. It's just the dialogue was just it was just poor. It was bad. It was just not good. Especially regarding the interactions between Peter and Gwen. It just when I was watching this movie, it just came off like the movie. It gave me the impression that the writers have never listened to teenagers talk before. That the writer, like, it just made me think, okay, the writers, do they not know how high school kids talk to each other, let alone teens in general? Because that almost every scene with Gwen and Peter was just filled with the cringy, awkward dialogue. Not that awkward dialogue can't be endearing. You could have something that's awkward and endearing, but this dialogue wasn't awkward. I mean, it wasn't awkward and endearing. It was just awkward. That's it. It could have been a lot better. Certainly doesn't. The dialogue was better in the first 3 movies. I'm sorry. It's just no. The dialogue of the first 3 movies, as well as the dialogue of the Tim Holland trilogy, those were just better. Now, they weren't perfect either, but they were better. And it doesn't really help that there are only 2 of these movies compared to 3 for Toby Mcguire and 3 for Tim Holland. Like, that's poor Andrew Garfield. I feel so bad for him. And Emma Stone as well, who played Gwen Stacy. They deserved better. The Amazing Spider-Man movies just frustrate me. I really want to like them, but I just can't, right? It's like, you look at a product and you're like, I want to like this, but I don't see a reason to. Yeah, that's the thing. Andrew and Emma, they have good chemistry when they're on screen together. They were just given a shitty script. It's like, I'm like, oh my god, like, have these writers never talked to a teenager before? I'm sorry, but no. I'm just like, okay, I get it. It's fiction, and in fiction, you can't it's like, I don't expect dialogue to always be reflective of how people talk in real life, and there are plenty of examples where that clearly isn't the case, but it's done in an endearing way. But again, that's not the case here. The dialogue isn't endearing. It's just bad. It's bad. It's just bad. I'm sorry, it's bad. Not to the point where I can't tolerate the movies, but it's just bad. Like, seriously, that one scene where Peter's uncle Ben tells Gwen Stacy, like any other parent who'd want to embarrass their kid, that, oh, Peter has a picture of you on his computer, and then Peter and Gwen have this awkward conversation about that. Like, it's meant to be all cutesy and stuff, but I'm just like, no, shut up. Shut up. You're not that interesting. Shut up. But it's just, no. I'm sorry, just no. Like, yeah, that's the thing. The dialogue was cheesy even for Spider-Man movie standards. Like, no. Just no. Hell no. Oh, my sandwiches were good, Anime Kid. Oh, you made chicken nuggets? Oh, okay. I was watching your Super Mario Sunshine video. I was dying, bro. Anyone would be, because that game is just so fucking bad. But I'm glad you were entertained by that. Thank you. That's why the cheesy moments here stand out more than the Raimi movies, because this movie is trying to be more grounded and realistic. Yeah, the whole cheesy thing doesn't work for this movie. It works for the original 3 movies. It worked for them. It just that kind of dialogue just doesn't work for this movie. Just didn't work for these movies. I'm sorry, my grammar is all over the place. That was cringe. It was cringe, and I'm just like, guys. And see, what makes this even worse is that these scenes go on for minutes, where Andrew and Emma are just talking about random awkward shit, and I'm just like, guys, can you speed it up a bit? Oh my god, I was just, just like, stop talking, please. Like, I didn't actually mind it too much when I was watching these movies, but looking back, it was just like, yeah, they really should have fixed the dialogue. Like, it wouldn't have been that hard. Because Andrew and Emma are great actors. They just needed better scripts. It's just sad. That was kind of like when May's mom embarrassed her in front of her crush and turning red, right? Except there, it actually worked. But here, it's no. It was just a big no. Just a big fucking no. I'm sorry, but no. Hell no. Just hell no. Oh my god. I'm sorry if this rant is just unstructured. I tried to plan out what I was gonna say, but like, it was just gonna be hard to do all that because again, I don't remember every single detail of these movies, and it's not like games where I'm like, okay, I know exactly where and what to rant about. But here it's just like, I'm just gonna wing it as I go along. But I do apologize for that. But normally my rant streams are a bit more structured than this, but I'm trying. But anyway. But yeah, the dialogue was shit. Not just between Peter and Gwen, but just overall. It's just Peter and Gwen where it's at its worst. It's almost feel like they weren't giving actual dialogue, and Mark Webb just told Andrew and Emma to improvise. I wouldn't be surprised if that was actually the case. I would not be surprised. Because again, okay, I don't expect dialogue to be perfect, but bad dialogue can just kill a movie. And now, of course, a movie can have bad dialogue and still be endearing, but in this case, it doesn't work. It just doesn't work. I'm sorry. It's just no, just no. Okay, the dialogue was shit. What else was negative about this movie? Okay, so the way Uncle Ben died. Oh my god. Okay, it was so stupid. Oh my god. Okay. Oh shit. Here, let me drink. From my water first, because I'm gonna need a moment to talk about this. Okay. Oh, I need to compose myself, because this is probably the dumbest way that any of Peter's relatives have ever died. Okay, so okay, so here's what happened, right? Okay, so the origin story is a bit different. You're laughing, right? I'm laughing too, Maple. But okay, so the origin story for this set of movies is different from the origin story from the original movies. So, and I'm not even talking about the whole spider bite thing. We're gonna get to that. That was also pretty stupid as well. But we're gonna get to that. But anyway, so Peter and Uncle Ben had some sort of conflict. I don't remember what it was about, honestly. Peter got into some fight at school, I think. I don't remember. I feel like it was something else. No, it was something else, because that was already covered earlier in the movie. I can't remember what it was they had a conflict about. But oh wait, no, I remember now. Okay, so Peter was Spider-Man at that time, because he got bitten by a spider at Oscorp, and he was going out and, I can't remember what it was that he was doing. He was doing some weird, shady shit, I don't remember, but Uncle Ben didn't like his behavior, and Peter and Uncle Ben got into an argument, and, which causes Peter to walk out. He slams the door hard, and ends up breaking the glass, because spider strain, and Uncle Ben goes after him, which makes sense. Like, I would be worried about my child, and I want to go after them too. Okay, so Peter goes to a convenience store to buy some chocolate milk. He's 2 cents short, and the cashier refuses to give him the chocolate milk anyway, which I agree is a kind of a douche thing to do, honestly. Because, and I mean, I'm a cashier myself. If someone were 2 cents short on something, I would just give it to them. It's whatever. But Peter was also acting like a douche, because he took change from some donation thing or whatever, and then gave it to it was something. I don't remember if it was a donation thing. It was some coin container, and it was on the counter, and then he gave the cashier the 2 cents, and the cashier was like, "No, you can't do that." And Peter's like, "Fuck it, I'm out." And the guy standing behind him, there was a guy standing behind Peter, he points a gun at the cashier, who, actually, I don't even remember what happened. Like, I think, he pointed a gun at the cashier, I think, or, I don't remember, but somehow he took all the money from the cashier's register, and hands Peter his chocolate milk, which was nice of him. Unfortunately, he runs out. The cashier runs after him, The criminal, I mean. The cashier runs after him. And he, for some reason, asks Peter to help. And I'm just like... He's one of your customers. Why would he help you catch a criminal? Like, that would be a dangerous thing to do. Like, why? Like, this scene made more sense in the original trilogy. But, and of course, Peter also doesn't want to help because, you know, the cashier was being a douche to him. And so he walks away, and then the robber trips on the sidewalk and drops his gun, and Uncle Ben just happens to be walking by, and he sees that the robber dropped the gun, and for some stupid ass reason, Uncle Ben goes for the gun, and the robber goes for the gun too, of course, and then they fight, and then Uncle Ben gets shot, and then the robber runs away, and then Peter hears the gunshot and then goes to investigate and finds his uncle there, and then breaks down crying. And I'm just like, okay. I don't know why Uncle Ben... Okay. So, it's... Okay, there are several things wrong with this. First of all, why the fuck would you try to take a weapon away from a fleeing criminal? They're running away. There is really no reason for you to try to be a hero. Like, I can understand that if Uncle Ben had been threatened with the gun, like if the robber had threatened him with the gun, but like that's not what happened. That is not what happened. Like, the guy was literally just trying to get away, but Uncle Ben decided to be a hero and try to take the gun away, and then he gets himself shot. Like, dude, you should have just gotten the fuck out of there. Get the fuck out of there. And it's like, but no, he decides to play the hero for no good reason and then gets shot. And I'm just like, yeah, okay. And it also doesn't help that it was a bit contrived for him to be there the moment the robber, lost his gun. It was a bit contrived. And now, in the original trilogy, Uncle Ben was held hostage. Like, he was held up at gunpoint. But here, it's just like, he didn't even need to involve himself here. Like, dude, it was just a little too contrived. And yeah, it was stupid. That scene was stupid. The entirety of it was stupid. Okay, yeah, that's what I thought. Okay, so the robber distracted the cashier by knocking shit over the counter and then stole his money. And then the cashier realized that the money was stolen and then went after the robber. Yeah, okay, that's right. That's what happened. I'm sorry. It was the entire scene was so stupid that I forgot that one detail. I'm sorry. But yeah, I'm like, Uncle Ben, you should have just let the gun go. Because again, it's a gun. Like, you get shot, that's it. Game over. Well, provided that you get shot in a vital place. And provided that you bleed out. But, yeah, it was stupid. Uncle Ben was just being a dumbass. I mean, like, dude, why? Just why? Okay, but that's another problem with the story. Like the whole Uncle Ben's death thing, it made no fucking sense. So, Uncle Ben's death was stupid. Okay, what else? What else is wrong with this? What else is wrong with this movie? Okay, so there's a scene where... Okay, so Peter realizes that... Okay, no, wait. First of all, Peter learns that there's a lizard out on the loose and tries to capture pictures of it. And, like, a giant lizard, you know, who at the time... Like, he was Dr. Connors, but I don't think Peter knew that at that point in time. Like, he learns later, but I don't think he knew that when he was trying to take pictures. I don't remember, honestly. I could be wrong. But whatever. The point is that Peter was trying to take pictures of the lizard, and for some stupid reason... Okay, so he was in the sewers when he was doing this, right? He made a web of cameras and made it so that whenever the lizard came by, the cameras would detect his movement and take pictures or whatever. Okay, for some reason, Peter thought it was a good idea to put property of Peter Parker on all of his cameras. I don't know. I don't know. It doesn't make any sense. Like, you're trying to catch someone, like catch a glimpse of someone, and you thought it would be a good idea to something, I should say, but whatever, and you thought it was a good idea to put your name on equipment. Like, I don't. And unsurprisingly, the lizard finds out, oh, so Peter Parker's behind this, and I'm just like, okay. Okay. Yeah, and that just goes into the whole the several contrivances in this plot. Oh, look, the lizard found out that it was Peter who had those cameras because he, like a dumbass, put his name on them. I don't fucking know at this point. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. And property of Peter Parker, LMAO, wow. Like, yeah, like, right? Like, you would think that someone who was trying to, like, catch someone in, like, catch a glimpse of something in secret or whatever would not put their name on their own property. I just don't know. I just don't know. Okay, so, and another thing that's really stupid. Okay, so I kind of find it stupid how in the original trilogy this made more sense. So the way Peter was bitten by a spider in the Amazing Spider-Man movies was kind of stupid. Okay, so in the original movie, Peter Parker got bitten by a Spider-Man by complete accident. Like, he wasn't doing anything wrong. He was just minding his own business, and the spider that somehow got loose from the laboratory tanks or whatever, like, descended from the ceiling and bit him. And I'm just like, okay. Okay, granted, that is pretty coincidental, but, you know, it still makes sense. Whereas in this one... Okay, so he willingly goes into the Oscorp lab and looks around and sees all those different spider specimens, and then gets some of them on him, and then one bites him and gives him superpowers. Yeah, that's I'm sorry, that's just stupid. Like, see, like, in the original trilogy, like, it was completely by accident that Peter became Spider-Man. Here, it's kind of like, it's technically accidental, but at the same time, Peter put himself in that situation. It's just, I don't know. I just didn't like the way that, I just don't like the idea of that story. It was just stupid, in my opinion. Like, I liked it to where it was an accident in the beginning, and they just went and made it so, like, okay, put Peter in a stupid situation, put Peter in a situation that, out of pure stupidity, and then just get him, and then he gets bitten, and then it's just like, I'm like, no, like, that just takes away the charm of his origin story, like, to where, okay, and like, that could have happened to anyone, but no, it's like, oh, here, Peter turned into Spider-Man because he was stupid. Okay. And curious, but stupid nonetheless. I don't like that. I'm sorry. I just didn't like that. It just kind of like ruined his origin story for me. Oh, we're gonna get to Uncle Ben's search. Don't worry, we're gonna get to that arc. We're gonna get to that. Because to be honest, I'm not even going in like the order of events here. I'm just like rapid fire, like describing what things I thought were stupid and what weren't. Okay. Uh. Anyway, there were several dumb contrivances in the film, and I've already talked about 3 of them just now. So, and there are probably more, but I honestly can't be bothered to remember them all. That movie just... See, okay, there's nothing wrong with having a contrivance or two in your plot. Like, it's fine. Like, again, what's contrived isn't necessarily bad, but when your entire plot depends on it, like this movie or Sonic 06, yeah, that's a sign that you have a bad plot and you need to start over. You need to burn your plot. Yeah, exactly. Spider-Man was supposed to be an accident. But no, Peter willingly put himself in that situation and then gets accidentally bitten. It just takes away the charm of his origin story. Like, where, again, it's supposed... Like, the whole point of him becoming Spider-Man... The whole point of that was supposed to be like, okay, this could happen to anyone, and Peter was just one of the lucky ones. But no. That's not what happened. Now, granted, something similar kind of happened in the PS4 game, but in that one it made more sense, because again, that was completely accidental. Like, Mary Jane Watson was like scoping out Oscorp's, Osborn's apartment, whatever. Osborn's apartment, and she hid in his lab to avoid security, and then accidentally got one of the genetic spiders on her. And then that somehow found its way to Miles. Okay, that was fine. Like, that was fine. It was similar to the Amazing Spider-Man's take, but it made more sense there. And it was still an accident. MJ didn't mean to get those spiders on her. She wasn't looking around or snooping around in that lab anyway. I mean, she was snooping around, but not in that lab. But here, it doesn't work. And I'm just like, stop. Just stop. Yeah, just stop. I feel like that's probably one of the many things that the Tim Holland trilogy does right. Like, instead of just reinventing a new origin story for Spider-Man, they literally just skipped that part. They were like, okay, let's just jump to where he's already Spider-Man. We're not gonna bother with that whole origin shit. And I'm glad they did that. I'm really glad they did that, because they probably, if they had gone that route, the other route, they probably would have fucked it up. But then again, who knows? Yeah, the PS4 game did these movies better. I'm sorry. See, I literally just provided an example. But anyway, let's get on to... Sorry, there are just many points I need to bring up here. I'm trying to go through the chat here, because Maple's bringing up a lot of good points. I can let one or two contrivances slide, but when your whole plot is relying on them, then it's just insulting to the viewer. Yeah, and it's just a sign that you have absolutely no idea how to write a plot. Because plots are supposed to be natural. Like, they're not supposed to be forced. If you force something, it's usually a bad thing. It just is. Whether it be dialogue, or a fight scene, or an accident, whatever. It's just... You need to... Like, don't force your plots. Just don't. 9 times out of 10, it's just a bad idea. But anyway, let's see. So the next problem is, okay, so the whole revenge plot. Okay, so I have 2 big problems with the revenge plot. So Uncle Ben's killer survived, right? And meaning that Peter never got a chance to find him. Like, Peter tried to find him throughout the film, and goes through, and does it in probably the worst way possible. Like, he literally just goes and attacks random people. And compared to the first one, where that was handled better, where he wasn't just indiscriminately attacking people. But he's doing that here. And what's also annoying is that this part of the story goes on for a little too long. It it really shouldn't have been as long as it was. And it doesn't help that Peter literally forgets about it. He literally forgets about Uncle Ben's killer, like at some point, and for no reason. And I'm just like, yeah, okay. Like, I don't know. Like, that entire thing was just done really poorly. Like, he literally forgets that Uncle Ben's killer is still out there, and then never brings him up again or goes back to look for him. That was just, I just don't know. Yeah, exactly. It just gets dropped, and it's a little too long, and it doesn't really help its length. Like in the original movie, the revenge plot wasn't even that long, but here it's a little too long, and it just and it's just poorly written because again, it gets dropped out of nowhere. And the same thing with the parent subplot. That was pointless too, especially in the second movie, and we'll get to the second movie later because I have an issue with the parent subplot there. So let me go ahead and type these points in. The revenge plot was stupid. It was poorly written. What else? It was written better in the first three movies. That's not even up for debate. I'm sorry. But let's see. The parent subplot was stupid. Honestly, like it was stupid. Like, it was pointless. I'm not even sure stupid's the right word. Let's say pointless. Pointless. It was pointless because it didn't go anywhere. It didn't go anywhere in the first movie, and it didn't go anywhere in the second movie. And I'm just like, what's the point of you even mentioning Peter's parents if you're not going to do anything with them? Well, actually, no. To be fair, the first movie actually did do something with Peter's father. But it was the way well, we'll get to that. It was just stupid. Like, okay, so apparently Peter's father on was experimenting on something to do with this with spider DNA, and okay, so and somehow he made it so that if anyone were to be bitten by these spiders, and only anyone genetically related to him would turn into Spider-Man or woman. And I'm just like, really? Like, really? Like, I'm sorry, okay. And that just, okay, I don't know. I feel like that was stupid. Because again, it further ruins the whole story of Spider-Man, the whole point of Spider-Man. This could have happened to anyone. Anyone could have been Spider-Man. But no, it's like, okay, let's make it so that only my relatives can be Spider-Man. Yeah, okay, fuck you. Just fuck off with that plot point. It's just like that just defeats the purpose of Spider-Man. Expanding on the backstory of Peter's parents is a neat idea, but nothing interesting is done with it. And has no payoff because it's saving the rest of it for the next movie. And it didn't have any payoff there either. Like, again, like, as you said, like, I'm fine with the idea of, there being a subplot about Peter's parents, but it didn't go anywhere. It didn't go anywhere here, and it didn't go anywhere in the sequel. It's like the people who made this movie didn't understand how Spider-Man works. How Spider-Man worked. I just... It's like, I don't know, like, this movie is like the most divorced from Spider-Man, if we're gonna be honest. It's the most divorced from the Spider-Man lore. Like, I'm fine if the movies aren't entirely accurate with Spider-Man's portrayal in the comics, but this is just fucking ridiculous. Like, but yeah, the parent subplot didn't really go anywhere. It just didn't. It just didn't go anywhere. Because they were mentioned at the beginning and then that's it. And then there was a scene where Peter finds out his father's shit in some stupid ass underground subway, like some subway station, and I'm just like, okay, so you mean to tell me that this guy had a nice little convenient lab here, where you have to use a coin to open up the lab? Okay, like. Like, it's just so ridiculous. Like, and Peter found it somehow, and I'm just like, okay. Like, okay, like I just, okay, like that's just a little outlandish, even for Spider-Man movie standards. Like, seriously, an underground lab, really? At least make it. I don't know. I don't know. It was just kind of stupid. And another thing is, like, I don't know. I don't know. You know what? Let me just move on to the next point. Where are other points in this one? I'm trying to think of other. I'm trying to think of a. Because I thought I was going to have something to say, but I didn't. So, but, what else? What are the other negative points? I'm trying to cover as many as I can. Yeah, exactly. These movies think that they know Spider-Man, that they think they're respecting source material. They're not. They are not. They're not. And the contrivances don't help either. It's like, no. Just no. It's like, guys, that's like, you're literally ignoring what made Spider-Man Spider-Man. And another thing about Spider-Man. Okay, so let's talk about Spider-Man himself. Andrew Garfield is a great actor. I'm just going to say it right now. He is a great actor. Arguably the best out of all three Spider-Men. Yeah, see, that's exactly it. That's exactly my point, Maple. Well, it's more to do with his. Well, how do I describe this? My issue is like Peter's personality here. Okay, so you know how I believe, like, I've never read the comics, but I believe they go like this, where Peter was just a normal, average, awkward, nerdy type of guy who became Spider-Man, and through that change, he became bolder and more confident. But here he's already like that. It's like that. See, that was kind of the thing of Spider-Man's character growth. Like that was an important part of his growth, and the movie just flat out skipped it. Yeah, okay. So it's like they again. It's like, okay, are we watching a Spider-Man movie here? Because that like the whole, what made Spider-Man so engaging was how relatable he was. He was awkward and quiet and introverted and nerdy, like a lot of people. But here he's not acting like that. Like I'm not even saying that he has to like be exactly like he was in the comics. It's just that, like, the whole Peter was supposed to be someone who was, basically, just forgettable, but over time learns to become a stronger, more confident person. But here he's already confident from the get-go, and it's just like that's just not Spider-Man. That's just not Spider-Man. Again, it's like, see, it's exactly what you and I are saying, Maple. It's like, did these people actually watch a Spider-Man movie, or have they played any of the games, or read any of the comics, or watched any of the shows? It's just like, this is not Spider-Man. This isn't Spider-Man. Yeah, he does nail the Spider-Man persona, though. Like, see, Andrew Garfield, the way his thing works for Spider-Man only after Peter becomes Spider-Man, not before. Like, no. Even Tom Holland did a better job with this. Like, I'm sorry. It's just like, again, it's not Andrew Garfield's fault. I'm sorry, it's not his fault. It's the writing's fault. Like, the writer's fault. It's not his fault. Because he was a good actor, it's just that, his take on Peter Parker just didn't fit the character. It just didn't. It just didn't. Now, of course, there are multiple versions of Peter out there. They're not all going to be the exact same, but this one just doesn't work. It just doesn't work. I'm sorry, it doesn't work like that. That was kind of what made Spider-Man relatable to a lot of people, and this movie just went and shat all over it. I'm sorry, it just doesn't work. But I mean, I did like his version of Spider-Man though. It's just his version of Peter Parker though, no. Anyway, yeah, let me just go ahead and type that in because yeah. Yeah, that's the thing. Peter's character is also not very consistent in this film. One moment he's cocky, another moment he's angry, and another moment he's sad, and it's just like, dude, pick a fucking personality and stick to it. Just, dude, calm down. I feel really bad for Andrew. He had the worst version of Spider-Man. I'm sorry, but he did. I feel so bad for him. Poor thing. Because he was actually the most talented actor out of all three, and he had the worst material. Oh shit. Oh shit. But yeah, Peter's character was all over the place. It's just like, holy shit. Oh my god. Wow. Yeah, this is just the worst version of Peter Parker. Oh well. Honestly, the real nail on the coffin to me is the douche thing he does to Gwen at the end of the movie. Where, well, you mean the part where he, decides to break up with her because of what his father said? You're probably not referring to that. I'm sorry. I'm still trying to remember exactly what happened at the end. Oh, wait, no. Wait, I think I might know what you're talking about. I don't think it's that. I think it's something else. I'm trying to remember. What was it? It's on the edge of my memory. What was it? What was it? I forgot. I think Gwen asked him a question. Oh, I can't remember. Oh my god, that's embarrassing. What was it that Peter... Sorry, my internet died for a moment. I'm trying to remember, what was it that Peter did to Gwen at the end of the movie? He breaks up with her on the day of her dad's funeral, and then it's like, don't worry, we'll get back together in the next movie. Okay, yeah, that's what it was. Okay, yeah, I knew it had something to do with her breaking up with him breaking up with her, actually. But I didn't remember exactly how it played out. So, yeah, he breaks up with her on the day of her dad's funeral. And didn't really... And not to mention that he didn't even show up for her dad's funeral too, which was also a dick move on his part. And she confronts him about it, and he refuses to tell her anything. And yeah, that was a douche move on his part. I agree. And Gwen Stacy just walks away angry and sad. And he breaks up with her on the day of her dad's funeral too. That dude. Peter could have handled that entire affair a lot better, but he didn't. It's just, it was, I agree, it was a really thoughtless thing. I was like, Peter, you broke her heart. But then he's like, okay, you know what? I'll fuck it. I'm gonna be with you anyway. And that's it. It's like, I'm sorry for not going to your dad's funeral, or I'm sorry I just basically walked out on you. Just, I'm just gonna ignore what your dad says. Let's be together. Fuck you. Just fuck you. Just fuck you. Okay. But But yeah. So let me go ahead and type that in. Oh my god. Like we're gonna be here all day if we talk about every single one of these. Are there any others? I'm trying to remember. Peter treated Gwen like crap. And he does that. And it's just frustrating to see. Any other flaws I can think of? What's most funny is how at the end of the movie, the teacher in her class says, "There's only one plot in all of fiction. That's the Amazing Spider-Man in a nutshell." Oh, shit. Yeah? Bye. Yeah. Oh, yeah, the Lizard's plan. Okay. Let's get down to the Lizard's plan. Okay. Yeah, let's talk about that. So, the Lizard, Dr. Connors. So he turned into a lizard because he was trying to experiment with some serum that would allow him to regenerate his lost limb because he had only one arm. It worked, but it ended up turning him into a lizard. And okay, now for some context, he was studying how reptiles regrew limbs, and he was trying to copy that, but it went horribly, and he turned into a lizard. But for whatever reason, I'll be right back. Hold on, my mom's calling me. Okay, so the lizard wants to turn everyone into lizards. Like Dr. Connors, for whatever reason, wants to turn everyone into lizards because reasons. I'm sorry, just why? Like, just why? Like, it's never explained in the movie. Like, he becomes a lizard, he becomes the villain, and it's never explained as to why. Like, it's never explained as to why he he wants to turn everyone into lizards. Like, why? Like, what would be the purpose of that? Like, like it's never explained. He's like, okay, I'm gonna turn everyone into lizards. And I'm like, yeah, but why? For a villain to be effective, they need to have good motivations. This isn't a good motivation. There's not even a motivation. He's just doing it because he's evil. Like like what's the purpose of this? I really don't like it when plots have villains that are mean just because or evil just because. It's annoying. It's really annoying. Like give your villains reasons to be the way they are. Don't do this shit. Seriously, why does he want to turn everyone into lizards? What's the purpose of that? I don't know. I don't know because the movie, like, I don't know. The movie doesn't want to explain it, so I guess I don't have a reason to care. Anyway, let's go ahead and type that in. Okay, let me go ahead and type that in. Let's see. The villain's plan was stupid as hell. Okay. Okay, so are there any other problems with this movie? I mean, I think we've hit most of the major ones. How did the Spidey suit look? I don't even remember. Let me look. Let's see. The Amazing Spider-Man suit. Ew. That's what it looked like in the film? Ew. Ew. Oh my god. Ew. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. It's just, no. Ew. I don't like it. I'm sorry, but I just don't like the color scheme here. It just doesn't work. But anyway. Okay, let me see. I'm trying to think. What else? What else? I think we pretty much hit most of the major points. Let's see. Yeah, I think that's most of the negatives. I can't think of anything else. So I guess we'll just move on to the positives then, if there are no other negative points we could cover. I'm trying to think of some, but I can't think of any. I think we've hit pretty much all of them. So let's talk about the positives then. Okay, so I mean, the ending was nice. Sort of. So, I like that, Gwen's father worked with Spider-Man to take down the Lizard. I like that. That was nice. So let's talk about that. That was actually nice. I like that. Granted, Gwen's father ends up dying, but he died a hero. The final fight was cool. I'm trying to think of what else. Oh, actually, there's another thing. Spider-Man's personality is pretty cool. It was nice. Well, after he turned into Spider-Man, of course. Before that point, no. So it's like Spider-Man's character was good, but Peter Parker's character was not. But let's see. Yeah, I feel like we've covered all the negatives, or at least most of them. Yeah, the romance is actually quite decent. That's a good point. Thank you for reminding me. The romance between Peter and Gwen was actually decent if you ignore the shitty dialogue. It was actually decent. They certainly had more chemistry than MJ and Peter did in the original trilogy. And it helps that they're both really smart, so they can both relate to each other even more. Although Gwen might actually be slightly smarter than Peter. But yeah, they're both pretty much smart. Anyway. What else was I going to say? Anything else? But yeah, I really did like the relationship. Because, see, MJ and Peter's relationship wasn't really done all that well in the first three movies. I feel like it was done better in the games than the movies, actually. Oops. But here, there actually seems to be some genuine chemistry between Peter and Gwen. And Gwen Stacy. Okay, so another thing that I like about this movie is that Gwen Stacy's character was actually better than in the original trilogy. Well, technically in only the third movie, but whatever. Gwen's character was better handled here. She was smart and funny, and she actually. And well, actually, no, that's the second movie. I shouldn't even talk about that yet. So Gwen's character was better handled here. Not perfectly, but better. I mean, for one thing, like she's not like she's actually one of the main characters instead of just a side character that was pushed aside, almost literally. The web swinging is pretty good, and it's also better here than the Raimi films. Fair enough. I mean, like, to be fair to the Raimi films, again, like, it was the early 2000s, you know, like, they were. Okay, are we back on? Are you back on? Yeah. I think we're back on. Okay, yeah, sorry about that. My PC overheated, I think. Like, I had it on the bed, but, like... Cause I didn't feel like, you know, putting it at my usual table because I had a shit ton of stuff on it already. So I was like, let me just put it on my bed, but I completely forgot that it could overheat. Okay, go away. Thank you. Pop up. Anyway... But yeah, sorry. Like I have a notebook cooling pad, so we're okay. I'll just put my PC on that, and we'll be good to go. I normally use it during my streams anyway, just in case my PC overheats, but I forgot to do it this time. But whatever. It's just whatever. Not a big deal. Like my recording's kind of messed up, but I can just download the stream later. Anyway, yeah, I can't think of any other positives either. That's the thing, like... See, if you thought the third movie in the original trilogy was bad, then yeah, this one's even worse, surprise. Well, I don't know. I'm not sure if I'd say that. I don't know, they both suck. I don't know. I'm not even going to bother comparing them. They both suck. We're just going to leave it at that. Anyway. I can't think of anything else to say for positives. Like... I mean, actually the fights overall were pretty cool, I guess. The final fight was really cool. The fights overall were cool. I guess I could say that. Let me replace this with the ending. Well, actually, no, let me not do that because the ending's kind of a mess, too. The final fight. Let me say the final fight had a good ending. Yeah, let's do that. Okay. I can't think of anything else positive to say. Let me say good here. But I can't think of anything else to say. Anyway, let's just move on to the second, I guess. This movie has some of the biggest false advertising ever. Go back and rewatch the trailers, and there are so many scenes and lines of dialogue that were cut from the movie. That would probably explain why it turned out the way it did. It advertised itself as the untold story. Like, what was untold? I don't know. It's just this movie, like the movie just didn't have good marketing, as well as good writing. Like, if you have one of those things, that's bad enough. But if you have both, that just really kills your movie. Yeah, Spider-Man used a lot of parkour here, didn't he? That was pretty cool. Yeah, this was an interesting take on Spider-Man. It's too bad that the writing ruined it. Oops. Anyway, I suppose we should get into the second movie. The second movie. Now, this one is rather... But wait, first of all, let me just make one statement about this movie as a whole. The Amazing Spider-Man 1, I mean. Overall, I enjoyed it, but looking back on it, it has a lot of problems. A lot. But anyway, let's move on. I still like the movie, but yeah, it had problems. I still enjoyed it, but I did notice some of these problems. And when I went back to watch review, I was like, oh my god, I didn't even notice some of these issues. That's just really bad storytelling. But anyway, on to The Amazing Spider-Man 2. Okay, so some people say that this movie is worse than the first one. Some people think that it's better than the first one. I'm in the camp where I'd say it's better. Not by a whole lot, but better. Okay, so... where do I start with this one? Where do I start with this one? Okay, where do I start? I would feel like I thought I was gonna have an easier time with this one than with the first movie. I don't know. Where do I start? I mean, I liked Electro's origin story. I mean, that was a positive for me. I actually liked his origin story. Yeah, he's the villain in this one. I actually liked his origin story. You know, a guy who's just an engineer. I think he was an engineer at some company, and he was just trying to like. Unfortunately, he didn't really have any friends, and the poor thing was just lonely. And his designs were being used, like, and he wasn't even being credited for them. I think that, excuse me, I think that's how it went. And when he was trying to fix like one of the machines or whatever in the facility, he wasn't really being careful, and he fell. Although to be fair, it wasn't entirely because of that. Like, someone should have been there with him, but they weren't. So he had to go and fix what went wrong with the machine himself. He clumsily fell into a vat of electric eels and gained the power to conduct electricity. So he basically became this movie's version of Static Shock, except a lot more blue and a lot less black or brown, whatever. Anyway, so yeah, I actually liked that origin story. I felt bad for the guy. Like, poor thing, he just wanted friends. And unfortunately, the poor thing, like, Spider-Man at one point did, like, talk to him, like, Spider-Man saved him, I think from some car accident, I don't remember, but, he saved him from something, and Max thanked him, and then Spider-Man was like, being nice and friendly to him. And, okay, Max just misread the situation and thought that Spider-Man was, like, really, really interested in him specifically. Because Spider-Man at one point said, I need you to be my eyes and ears, Max, okay? Okay, Max? Okay, come on, you can do this. Like, just... And Max took it the wrong way, and... I mean, Spider-Man did remember him after, meeting Electro later, but, but yeah, Max... He took that far too seriously, and yeah, that just caused a whole slew of problems because... Okay, so when he met Spider-Man, like, in the town square, like, Spider-Man was trying to calm him down, but, the police fucked up and thought Electro was going to attack someone, and so, Electro, Max, whatever... he grew angry, and then Spider-Man and the police doused him with water. And I'm trying to remember what happened after that point. I think Electro got away or something, and then Gwen Stacy was also there, but who cares? I don't remember, but basically, the point is that I actually did like Electro's origin story. So, sorry if that was all over the place. I was trying very hard to remember. To remember his origin story, but I actually did like it. You're sorry, but you find him way too cringe here. I mean, that's fine. That's fine. I mean, his dialogue at some points don't hit the mark, miss it completely, actually. But honestly, I feel like that kind of served his character a bit. Although I guess they could have made the dialogue better overall. But then again, it's the Amazing Spider-Man movies. Like they have shit dialogue. The dialogue is just shit overall. Yeah, my thoughts are all over the place with this movie. Basically, I really should see if I had like honestly. I really wish I had like I had like typed up my thoughts as I was watching the movie. That's the movies, but you know, I hadn't thought that far ahead. And then again, most people wouldn't have anyway, so just whatever. But yeah, I liked Electro's origin story. I liked it. I liked it. Um, I didn't like that he died at the end though. Like, they're like, okay, we so Spider-Man and Gwen were like, okay, how do we destroy a battery? We overcharge it. I'm like, but guys, you're gonna kill him. But then again, they didn't have any other choice, so I don't know. Like, I understood that it had to happen, but I just didn't want it to happen. Okay, let's see. I feel like this movie is more entertaining than the first one, but probably worse written. You know, I feel similar. Like, I feel like this movie, like the second movie, is better in some ways, but worse in others. Like, I don't know. I feel like it's overall better, but again, not by much. If that makes sense. So, what happened in the Amazing Spider-Man 2? I think a better question is, what doesn't happen in this movie, right? The web swinging is great. It has the best Spidey live-action costume. And Andrew Garfield feels more comfortable as a wisecracking Spider-Man than ever here. Yeah, I mean, the dialogue isn't as crap as it was in the first movie, so I guess I'll write that down. Okay, let's see. Negatives. Oh, positives. The dialogue is better. Than in the first movie. Than that of the first movie. Okay, what else? Um, Spider-Man's characterization is even better here. Yeah, he feels more like a proper Spider-Man in this movie than in the first Amazing Spider-Man movie. In the first one, it was already good Spider-Man. Could have been better, but still good. And in this one, it's even better than before. So definitely, that's a positive. Electro got captured and taken into Oscorp. Oh yeah, that's right. Oh yeah, and then that's when Harry comes in. We'll get to Harry in a moment, though. I really don't want to talk about Harry right now. I'm sorry, I just don't. I honestly didn't know if he died or not when I first watched this movie. Right? Like, yeah, that's the thing. It's like, did he die? Like, it looked like he died, but then again, it's like you're not sure. Like, did he die or did he like just get like, or did he just fizzle out and like into some battery? I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. His dubstep music is pretty dope. A lot of people found it obnoxious, but I liked it. I'm probably neutral. Honestly, I completely forgot I even had dubstep music. I'd have to listen to it again. Like, I'd have to listen to it again. I don't even remember what it sounded like. Also, what the fuck was up with that scene of him in that cartoon-like scientist? I don't even know. I don't even remember that scene. Wow. Jesus Christ. My thoughts really are all over the place. Okay, so okay, I'm trying to think of any. Are there any other positives? The best Spidey live action costume. What did it look like again? Because that one was actually good. The first one was just no, but the last one was actually good. But I'm trying to remember what it looked like though. I know it looked good. I just can't remember what it looked like. The Amazing Spider-Man 2 suit. Okay, now that's a suit. Okay, yeah, now that's a suit. Let's go. Now that is a suit. Not the hot-ass mess that was the first one. I mean, I guess the first one wasn't bad. It just didn't look very good. Oh, yeah. Happy birthday, Maple. It's 12 a.m. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. I don't know what else to say here, but happy birthday to you. Oh, I guess I could say, you're a great Spider-Man fan. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, fellow big boy. I forgot how old you are. I think what, 24? 20, I think you're turning 24? I don't remember. But happy birthday, Maple! I feel like playing Katy Perry's birthday song, but that would not be appropriate. So, anyway. That would be kind of weird. So, anyway. Are there any other positives? Well, let me go ahead and put down the suit. I feel like the directors probably realized, oh wow, that suit actually did look shit. Let's change it in this one. Okay, let's see. What other positives are there? Well... Oh, well, Gwen's character actually... I feel like Gwen's character actually gets better here. Gwen's character stepped up more. Like, she, like... Wait, actually, let me rephrase that. It got better. Got even better here. At least to me. I feel like Gwen's character got better here. Because, like, towards the end of the movie, she's actually helping Spider-Man, like, take down Electro. While at the same time, helping him restore power to the city. Because if Gwen hadn't been there, the power would have returned. And what else? Oh yeah, and you know how, like, the power... See, since the power was out at one point, two planes nearly crashed into each other because their navigation systems were offline. But fortunately, Gwen Stacy managed to prevent that from happening. Oh shit, that would have been bad. Like, Jesus Christ, imagine two planes crashing into each other. But they got their power and navigation systems restored just in the nick of time. And they had to make sharp turns to avoid each other. But yeah, that was one scary situation. Like, holy shit. Jesus Christ, that would have been really bad. Oh yeah, and also Ant-Man was at the hospital, and like the hospital lost power at some point too, which was very bad because they were all very busy and dealing with injured patients. So yeah, Gwen Stacy saved a lot of lives that day. Electro almost ruined a lot of lives, but Gwen Stacy helped. As well as Spider-Man. But, yeah. Oh, you're 25. What? Dig boy! Because you're a dig boy now. Yeah, that scene of Gwen. Yeah, yeah, it was sad, but it was done pretty well. Peter tried his hardest to save her, but he couldn't save her. and just when he was about to catch her, she hit her head on the concrete. And I was like, holy shit, did she just hit her head? I'm just like, she literally hit her head. Like, holy shit. And she was bleeding too. And I was like, yeah, she's not coming back from that. Yeah, I don't see how anyone could come back from that. Poor Peter. Like, he lost his girlfriend and her father. Yeah, Gwen's father died at the end of the first film. But it was a heroic death. But yeah, her death scene was pretty contrived. Like, it really didn't... Like, it did feel contrived because it happens only because of Harry. It happened only because of Harry, who... Oh yeah, he's also the villain in this one. I forgot there was a second villain. That's how forgettable Harry was. So... Okay, so Harry. Let's talk about Harry. So... Her head snapped from the whiplash from Spidey's web, I'm guessing. And her head smacked into the ground. Yeah. Her head should have been a mashed potato. Yeah, that's the thing. Like, her death was a little too clean. I was expecting more blood, but then again, this is a Spider-Man movie. It's not going to be that gory. This isn't Game of Thrones. Anyway. I liked Gwen up until the very end, where she basically gets herself killed because she refused to listen to Peter. Yeah, she really should have listened to him. But then again, to be fair, I feel like she knew what she was getting herself into, and she did end up saving a lot of lives that day. And it's just that, you know, I just hate that, like, literally the one thing that her father didn't want to happen happened anyway. It was so stupid. I don't know. I just hated that. Yeah, but Harry, yeah, I feel like this is probably... Like, if you thought he was badly handled in the original trilogy, he's even worse here. Like, okay, so his dad died from some neurodegenerative disorder that he himself has as well, because genetics suck! And Harry starts seeing signs in himself, you know, signs of disorder. So he desperately tries to find a cure. He asks Spider-Man. Somehow he finds out that Spider-Man's blood can help. And so he asks Spider-Man. Well, he asks his friend, who seems to know Spider-Man. And Spider-Man comes. Harry's like, great, you can give it to me. And Spider-Man's like, I don't think that's a good idea. And Harry's like, no, you motherfucker! And just breaks shit in his apartment. And then he turns into the Green Goblin, I think. I think that's how it went. I honestly can't even be. Yeah, he turns to the Green Goblin. But, actually no. First, he goes and enlists Electro's help. He goes to Electro, because Electro was captured by Oscorp, if you remember. So he goes over to Electro's room, or whatever. But not before knocking out a bunch of Oscorp guards. Like, 2 of them, but I'm like, okay, whatever. A bit contrived, but whatever. So he goes in, he finds Electro. He convinces Electro to work with him because they both hate Spider-Man. They both thought Spider-Man was a friend, but he wasn't. And... okay, now that actually made a lot more sense than the whole Venom convincing Sandman to help him kill Spider-Man thing. So the movie gets points for that. That was definitely better handled here than in the original trilogy. But it's just... But yeah, they team up and work. They then work to get rid of Spider-Man. They fail. But Gwen Stacy dies in the process. So, because Harry, like, basically endangered Gwen Stacy's life. He was trying to, like, and get Gwen Stacy, like, he was trying to, like, get her, like, to fall from a tall height, and, well, he got his wish, I guess. And yeah, so, but yeah, the movie doesn't make it clear as to how long Harry has to live, which I was wondering at the time too. I was like, okay, so we know he has a disorder, but how long does he have until he dies? The movie doesn't make that clear. And for whatever reason, he starts showing signs of his disorder, like, literally right after his father talks to him about it. Oh yeah, they both hate each other, but that's not surprising. Well, sort of, because in some versions of Spider-Man, Norman actually cares for his son, but here, if he was like, but here it's just no. But whatever. I don't care if the movies aren't entirely accurate, but my point is that but like, yeah, like, Harry literally starts, like, showing signs of his disorder right after he talked to his father about it. I'm just like, okay, that's weird. If we're going by the logic as to when his father died, then you should basically have, like, another 40 or so years to live. Yeah, it doesn't make sense for him to start, like, you would think that, oh, okay, I'm going to die at some point, but, you know, my father died at, like, 40 or so. So, 40, 45, 50, whatever. So, you know, okay. So, I still have some time. Like, it's not the end of the world yet. I just need to find a cure. But no, he literally starts showing signs of the disorder, like, right after his father talks to him about it. And I'm like, yeah, that's just contrived, fam. That scene with Spider-Man and Harry was still kind of dumb, though, and it felt like it was only done to give Harry a reason to hate Spider-Man. What was the point of Spider-Man showing up if he wasn't going to do anything at all? Yeah, that did feel pointless. It's like, if you're not going to, like, you weren't going to offer him your blood, so what was the point of even showing up? I don't know. So basically, Harry's writing here wasn't really all that good. So let me just go ahead and write that. Anything else? I know there are more. I'm trying to think of more. I know there are more. For some reason I just can't think of any right now. Oh my god. Okay. Oh yeah, I like that scene too, where Harry and Electro storm into Oscorp, and then they go and get revenge on that Oscorp guy who tried to get Harry fired. That was a nice scene. I like that. I like that. That was funny. Oh yeah, there was also the tease of Black Cat with Harry's personal assistant Felicia Hardy. That's right. Yeah, she was in that film. I was like, oh yeah, I forgot, because like they really did anything with her character. But then again, it was a tease, so whatever. Okay. But I will say that Harry's revenge plan was entertaining. It was. It was entertaining. It was at least it was more entertaining than the original one. That the one the trilogy, the original trilogy. That one wasn't very good. But this one was actually better. Granted, it still had writing issues, but it was better. Let's see what else. Oh yeah, the dialogue is still shit. Sorry. The dialogue is still shit. I'm sorry, but again, this movie is in some ways better than the original, but the dialogue is still shit. Again, almost every interaction with Peter and Gwen is still just the same old, awkward, clunky-ass dialogue. You would think they would have gotten this right the second time. No, they didn't. It's still the same crap. And I'm just like, guys, please learn how to write dialogue. Please. Oh, please. Please. Oh, yeah, and of course, the scene with Harry and Spider-Man, you know, the whole Spider-Man declining to offer Harry his blood was pointless. Yeah, exactly. It was done just because Harry needed a reason to hate Spider-Man. They could have done it any other way, but they went that route. Okay. The genetic disorder made no sense. Harry's genetic disorder, I should say. Because again, it's like if Norman died in his like when he was 40 or 50 or whatever, like in the middle of his life span, then there's no reason to think that Harry wouldn't be the same way. I don't know, like it just doesn't make any fucking sense. It just didn't. What about that dumb Peter Parker's Peter's parents subplot again? Oh yeah, let me talk about that. Okay, so let me talk about that because that's another problem I have with this movie. Okay. The opening cutscene with Peter's parents was pointless. It was. So, see, there was a scene early in the movie where Peter's parents were both on a plane and they were trying to get as far away from where Peter lived as possible because they were being hunted down by someone. I can't remember exactly who was it. Someone from Oscorp? I don't remember. But they were being hunted, and one of the staff members on the plane attacks them. And in the struggle, the pilot faints or something like that. I don't know. And the plane starts going down and starts coming apart, and the wife gets knocked out at some point. And right, before that point, they were uploading some file to the internet to expose whoever was hunting them, and they eventually managed to do that, but you know, they all die because the plane was going to crash. It's like, okay, and the Peter's father was like, okay, I just need to get this upload done, so that way if I die, well, at least it won't be in vain. So, but again, like, there's never any follow-up to that. Like, okay, they upload a file, but what was it? And what ramifications was it going to have? The movie never bothered to follow up on this, which I found weird at the time. I was like, wait, what about that scene with Peter's parents in the plane? Like, what did that lead to? No, it didn't lead anywhere. It didn't go anywhere. That's the thing. It led to nowhere. It didn't go anywhere. it just didn't go anywhere. And yeah, it was terribly directed as well. That doesn't help too. It was kind of over the top. It's just, yeah, and plus we didn't really learn anything new from that about Peter's parents. That's the thing. It didn't, this scene didn't add anything to the story. You could literally cut it out and nothing would change. So yeah, poor writing. Also, how Electro hates Spider-Man because he didn't remember his name. Actually, I think it was because he thought Spider-Man betrayed him because one of the police officers on the scene shot at him because he thought the police officer thought that Electro was going to attack, but really it was just some random discharge from his body, and then he thought that Spider-Man would like turned on him. Because Spider-Man does, now granted, Electro does, remind Spider-Man what his name was, but Spider-Man, tries to act like he remembered his name, but just temporarily forgot. So I don't think that was the reason for it. I think it was just because the police attacked at the wrong time, and thus Max got a bad impression of Spider-Man. But, I mean, I don't know. I don't know. And then that's when he got captured. By the way, I think now is a good time to mention that one deleted scene with Peter's father. As it turns out, in the deleted scene, Peter's dad was actually alive and met with Peter when he was at Gwen's grave. This is not a joke, by the way. They actually filmed that scene. So the dad lived and but the mom didn't? Or did the mom already die? I can't even remember. I don't remember how she died, but somehow she just died in that fight. But how did she die and the guy lived? It was a plane crash! A plane crash! And that scene ends with his dad telling him, with great power comes great responsibility. Okay, yeah, see, I'm glad they removed that. They must have realized how stupid it was. It's already implausible enough that Uncle Ben survived the plane crash when his wife didn't. And now you're telling me that he actually managed to go back to his son and without anyone being on his ass, and while he was visiting his girlfriend's grave, and then managed to say, with great power comes great responsibility. So at that point, did he already know what happened with Peter and his life? What? Okay, yeah, you see, just remove that film. Remove that film. I'm not film, sorry, scene. Well, film as well, because a lot of people hate this film. But yeah, I'm glad they took that out. That scene makes no fucking sense. Oh my god. Okay. Well, see, at least the whole list of positives and negatives. The list of positives and negatives here, they're kind of balanced out. See? They're balanced out. Compared to the first movie, where it's just like... But yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I just don't know. Andrew Garfield's acting in that scene was great. I'm sure it was. The man's a talented actor. It's too bad that he had the worst material out of any Spider-Man movie ever. Poor thing. That's just bad luck. And he had only 2 movies, too. Damn. There was also a subplot involving MJ who was supposed to be played by Shailene Woodley. Well, we all know where that went. But it's let's take that out. Let's just focus on Gwen Stacy for now. But yeah, I did like the whole Gwen and Peter partnership thing going on here. They both worked well as a team. Kind of like MJ and Peter in, the Spider-Man PS4 and... Yeah, in the Spider-Man PS4 game. I was going to say Miles Morales, but no, that didn't happen in Miles Morales. And speaking of Miles Morales, we'll get to Into the Spider-Verse later, but not today. We'll do it tomorrow. We'll do it tomorrow. So the mom died and the dad didn't in that extra scene. Okay. Also, how about the Rhino who showed up at the very beginning and very end of the film? Yeah, I forgot about Rhino. See, that's the thing, like, he was so irrelevant to me in this film that I completely forgot about him. And apparently so did the movie. Like, he shows up at the beginning and then at the end. And I completely forgot about him. Like, and he's not even a huge guy. He's just some guy in a fucking huge ass machine. That's it. And I'm like, that's the Rhino? That's Rhino? That's Rhino? Like, okay. Like, whatever. Also, Paul Giamatti's performance is way over the top. Well, you're not wrong. You are not wrong. Yeah, he was basically a caricature of Rhino. I'm not gonna lie, he was. Insert obvious Russian stereotype here. That's basically what his entire portrayal felt like to me. It almost felt like he was just trying to be as awful as possible just to see if he can get away with it, right? Yeah, that Rhino was just a bad version of Rhino. See, that's the thing. It was so irrelevant to me that I completely forgot about it. Not to mention that the final bit with him and Spidey was literally spoiled in the trailer. Oh yeah, you mentioned that the trailers actually spoiled some things. How bad do you have to be at marketing to end up spoiling your products? Jesus Christ. That's just really bad marketing. And directing. But anyway. Okay, so... But yeah, going back to Rhino. Let me add that. Rhino was irrelevant. Rhino was irrelevant as hell. No, let's yeah, there we go. Let's intensify that. Rhino was irrelevant as fuck. He was as irrelevant as fuck. That's another thing. The trailer spoiled the hell out of this movie. Nearly every single plot point was shown in the trailer. Jesus, I'm so sorry, Andrew. I feel so bad for your Spider-Man. I'm so sorry you had the worst Spider-Man ever. And this is precisely why. Poor marketing, poor direction, poor writing, poor acting. All that, well, except for Andrew and Emma. All that just makes for one very, very sloppy production. Why in the world would the mother take her kid to watch a gunfight in the middle of the streets? Yeah, that's another thing that's wrong with this movie. Something that one reviewer online actually makes a good point of. Why the fuck are there people watching these? Like, they're literally just spectating. Like, why are they watching these fights? Like, they should be running away. That's usually what happens in these movies and games. But they're literally just watching. They're just standing there and watching. And one mother went and took her kid to a fucking fight. A fucking gunfight. And I'm just like, this movie has some of the worst writing I've ever seen. Jesus Christ. Like, I don't know. See, that's the thing. Like, Mark Webb, I'm sorry, but you gotta work on your directing skills. You gotta work on that. Learn from Sam Raimi or John Watts. You gotta work on that. You gotta work on that. Well, actually, to be fair, it's not entirely his fault, because remember, he's a director, not a writer. So, I think I should blame the writers. It's really the writer's fault. So, it's just like, I don't know. Although to be fair, Mark did end up directing like two of the worst Spider-Man movies in history. But anyway. I did love the scene with that kid earlier on in the film where Spider-Man walks him home after he got bullied. That was nice, and of course that ends up being the same kid who stands up against Rhino, which was pretty foolish. But I mean, I did give him point. I mean, he gets points for trying. I thought it was cute, stupid but cute. He's a kid, so it makes sense, I guess. So he gets points for trying. I like both scenes. Before we go, I should talk about the aftermath of this movie. Oh, okay. I honestly blame Sony more than anyone here. So, more executive meddling. Then. See, that's the thing. Sony ruined Spider-Man 3, and they ruined this series as well. They should just stop putting their hand... They should stop getting involved in these movies. Because this is precisely what happens every time they do it. Every time. Every time. Basically, with ASM 2, Sony was hoping this would be the movie to kickstart their own Spidey universe. They had AMS 3 set for 2016, 4 for 2018, and multiple spin-offs for movies in the works such as Sinister Six, Venom, and a female spin-off with Black Cat and Silver Sable. Okay, yeah, I can see why. Yeah, just no. That's a lot. That's a very ambitious project. A very, very ambitious project. I'm glad this stopped. I'm so glad that this. I'm so glad that this set of movies stopped at the second. It did not need to go past the second. They were hoping this movie would make $1 billion, but it only made barely above $700 million, which was even less than the first ASM. Yeah, that's really sad. That's $300 million in losses. Oh, expectations. What was the budget for this movie? I don't even know. What was the budget for this movie? Like how much did they spend on this movie? After underperforming at the box office and poor critical reviews, they didn't know what the hell to do. Because they don't know how to write a goddamn... See, I don't know. I don't fucking know. It's like Sony, you guys need to leave movies the fuck alone. This is precisely what happens when you get involved. Oh my god. But yeah, you can tell that they were going to make more movies with this, with this version of Spider-Man, but they failed. I mean, well, not that they failed, they just didn't bother. They were just like, no. Just no. There was something mentioned in the 2014 Sony hack that they were considering getting Sam Raimi back to direct the crossover between Toby Mcguire, Spider-Man, and Andrew Garfield. And that didn't happen. Until, last year. Ha! But the director wasn't Sam Raimi, though. They even considered starting a trilogy with Toby playing the middle-aged Spider-Man. Yeah, I don't see how that was going to work out. Like, Sony, y'all fucked up hard. And I guess, I don't know. I feel like because the movie had shit dialogue and I feel like because the movie had shit dialogue, I feel like that's just, I don't know, I feel like Mark Webb just wasn't the greatest director as well. I feel like he could have made these scenes feel better. He could have made these scenes better, but he let them get this crappy. Yeah, okay. I mean, I will say one thing about the first movie, though. It was nice that... I don't know why I didn't even put that in the... Let me go and put that in. I mean, I like how Flash Thompson, who was a dick to Peter beforehand, he gets redeemed at the end, where he's actually nice. He's acting nice to Peter, and even tries to help him feel better after finding out that his uncle died. I should say got redeemed. I need to be consistent with my tenses. Anyway. I did... Yeah, okay. Oh, I should say the dialogue was still shit. Sorry. I thought that something was off about that. Okay. But anyway. However, at the time, Marvel was in the middle of making Captain America, Civil War, and wanted Spider-Man the movie. As a result, Sony decided to form an agreement with Marvel Studios and reboot the character once again to include him in the Marvel Cinematic Universe. Yay! And that's how he got Tom Holland. Pog and dig. So that's how this trilogy happened. I have a lot to say, considering the new trilogy, like, regarding the new trilogy, I mean, I have quite a bit to say about No Way Home. I have quite a bit to say about it. Because, well, I'll say that for next time. But, yeah, I have quite a few interesting opinions about it. The initial agreement was that Marvel would get the majority of the profits for the crossover movies that Spider-Man was in, and Sony would get the majority of the profits from the standalone films. Okay. Huh. I just find it funny how Sony was meddling so much in the process, and then ended up you know, biting them in the asses later. It was so funny. It's like, oh, we know what we're doing, guys. This is gonna be great. This movie's gonna make $1 billion. Nope, only $700 million. So you guys just, yeah, oops. At least it wasn't as big a disaster as Mulan 2020. I'll mention it in the next stream, but let's just say that there actually was a bit of a fallout between Marvel and Sony that lasted about 2 months. Creative differences, I'm guessing? But yeah, it was bound to happen. Because of that, No Way Home almost didn't happen. At least the one we got last year. Oh, Jesus. Thank God. But, yeah, I'm getting tired, actually. But there's not really much else I can say on these movies. The Amazing Spider-Man 2. In some ways it was better. Actually, I'd say it was overall better, but not by much. In some ways it was better, in other ways it was worse. And, yeah. Then, like, regarding the first film, anyway. Yeah. I'm trying to think of what else to say. I like both movies. I like both The Amazing Spider-Man 1 and 2. I liked both. But they are not good movies. They're not good movies. They're not, you know, endearingly cheesy or goofy or childish like the other two trilogies. Like these are just bad overall. Oh, and I just feel bad for Andrew and Emma because like they were good actors. They just didn't have a very good script. Because and that's the thing. Like I've seen I'm sure all of us have seen examples of this. Like you can have good actors, but it won't mean much if the script is shit. It just won't. If the script is shit, then even the best acting wouldn't be able to save it. Now, I will say, like, the one thing that the first movie did better than the second was the whole plot point with Peter's parents. Like, both movies handled that plot point poorly, but the first one actually did it better. Surprisingly. There was more time spent on that in the first one, but in the second one, there was barely any time spent on it. And I'm just like, you guys need to learn how to write this shit, okay? Like, there's no reason as to why this shit is as bad as it is. I feel like writers who forget plot points like that I think that's just due to like just not focus, like just lacking focus in their writing, and just due to inexperience. That too. Like I feel like it's both. I think that's what happened here. Like clearly the writers were inexperienced or just weren't very good, and they lacked focus in their writing, and it shows a lot. But yeah, that's all I got for tonight. This was one fun stream. Yeah, it was. It was. It really was. I just really wish I'd gotten more sleep last night, but I that was something I couldn't help because I feel kind of tired now, and I feel bad, but it's like I want to be more energetic, but I can't. Oh, but oh well. But yeah, I mean, I still went through most of it just fine. I feel like I started burning out around the Amazing Spider-Man 2 movie, which I kind of stopped caring about, like halfway into ranting about ranting about it. Like I just stopped caring halfway into ranting because I was like, okay, yeah, this movie sucks. Let's just move on. But yeah, Spider-Man has an interesting history, doesn't it? You're right. You're right. You're absolutely right. Yeah, that's the thing. Spider-Man 2 is probably more fun than the first one, but it's just as sloppily written and structured. Yeah, that's the thing. It's like in terms of quality level, they're both very similar. They're shit. They're shit. Like, I'm sorry, they're shit. But I mean, I like them, but they're shit. And you can like something that's shit. I like Shadow the Hedgehog, a video game, but yeah, that one was shit. I like it, shit. I like Shrek the Third, yet everybody acknowledges that it is the worst written Shrek movie out of all the Shrek movies. And I liked it anyway. And I rewatched it a lot of times. Sorry, just, yeah. Just making that clear to everyone here, although I'm sure some of you already understand. Good does not equal I like. Bad does not equal I hate. At least not necessarily. So yeah, I did trash these movies, but I like them. I like the Amazing Spider-Man movies. I like them. I enjoyed them. They're not good, but I enjoyed them. Spider-Man 3 was not good, but I enjoyed it. Even more than Spider-Man 2, which was actually good. So, yeah. But anyway. Andrew Garfield really did deserve a lot better. Like, poor thing, like, he said in the interviews, like, yeah, that experience wasn't great. Like, I wish I had a better experience with those. I wish I had had a better experience with those two movies. But I didn't. That poor thing. Oh. This poor thing. I'm not saying he said exactly that, like, I wish this, whatever, because I didn't watch the interview, but I never watched it, but I can assume that that's basically how he felt. Like, just the poor thing. Emma Stone as well. I mean, at least she got a better version of Gwen Stacy than the other actress did. The other actress, I felt sorry for her. Poor thing. Oh, man. I don't even remember I don't even know what her name was. Like, what's her name? Like, I don't even know. I could just look it up. Let me see. Let's see. Oh, Bryce Dallas Howard. Okay. Okay, let's see. Now, there was one more actor I wanted to look up. I can't remember at this point. I'm too tired. Okay, what was the actor I was going to look up? Who was it? I literally cannot remember. Oh well. Anyway. Bryce Dallas Howard. Yeah, I just found out. He definitely felt happier in No Way Home, at least. Yeah, Andrew's character was redeemed in that movie, but we'll get to that tomorrow. But yeah, his character was definitely redeemed, and even the movie itself basically says this, and shows it. Like, if you watch the extras, the movie itself, like the cast basically says this, and the movie itself symbolizes that. So, whatever. But I won't say how. We're just gonna wait until next time. She's in the Jurassic World movies and even directed some episodes from that Star Wars show, The Mandalorian. Oh, okay. Bryce Dallas Howard, huh? Bryce? Huh. I didn't even know that was an actual name. Huh. I don't know, I just find the name a little interesting. But anyway. But when ranking the first 5 movies, I would go 1, Spider-Man 2, 2, Spider-Man 1, 3, Spider-Man 3, 4, Amazing Spider-Man 2, and 5, Amazing Spider-Man 1. I would probably agree. If we're going to be honest, I would agree. I feel like the Amazing Spider-Man movies are even worse than Spider-Man 3. Because here's the thing though, Spider-Man 3, even though it was bad, it was so bad that it was good. Whereas these are just bad. The Amazing Spider-Man movies are just bad. I enjoyed them, but they were just bad. Like, oh my god. But yeah, you're right. Bryce Dallas Howard really should have been MJ, and Kirsten Dunst really should have been Gwen Stacy. Like like why not just let them keep their natural hair color? I don't know. That's the thing. The Spider-Man 3, Amazing Spider-Man 1, and Amazing Spider-Man 2 all had really weird casting and directing decisions. But anyway. Oh, I mean, to be fair, like in the first 2 Spider-Man movies, Kirsten Dunst, like, she had red hair in those too. So, whatever. But anyway, yeah, you're right. They really should have just switched roles. Anyway, is there anything else I can say regarding these movies? Let's see. I don't know. Honestly, I don't know. But yeah, next time we will get to Homecoming, Far From Home, No Way Home, Into the Spider-Verse. Yeah, just 4 movies. We did 5 today. We'll do 4 tomorrow. There are really only 9 Spider-Man movies, I think. But yeah, we'll get to Homecoming, Far From Home, and No Way Home. I don't really think I'll have much regarding. I don't think I'll have much regarding Homecoming and Far From Home. I don't think I'll have much to say, but I'm sorry if I sound a bit far away from the mic. Here, let me see if I can move it up a little closer. And then again, there's kind of no point at this point, but whatever. Because like I have it on a chair, like close to my bed. But anyway, so but yeah, like I'll have quite a bit to say about No Way Home, but the other two I don't really have much to say about. Into the Spider-Verse, I do have quite a bit to say about that too. I'll have to watch reviews and get more points because I'm still. Good thing I watched some reviews on like the first 5 movies because I would not have been able to like have as detailed a list. Well, then again, you guys are helping me remember important things about these movies, so that's a good thing to have. But anyway, I'll just have to go and watch reviews of these. I'll have to check out Unusual. Wait, no, did the Unusual Suspects cover these movies? I don't really need to watch a review of Into the Spider-Verse or No Way Home. It's really just Far From Home and Homecoming I'll need to like really prepare for, because I don't have much to say about those. Because that's the thing, there really isn't much to say about them, if I'm going to be honest. Like, compared to No Way Home, like, when you watch No Way Home, it's like, wait, like, what can you say about the other two? It's just, I don't know, like, that's just how I feel. Like, there's just not much to say about those 2 movies. They're good, but, yeah. Same time for tomorrow? I'm going out for dinner, but I'll try to make it home before the stream starts. Yeah, we could do the same time tomorrow. That's fine. Like, that's fine. I don't care. I don't care that it's late, but that's fine. I'm not sure if I should cover Into the Spider-Verse first or the trilogy. Maybe I should cover Into the Spider-Verse first. But, I don't know. We'll see. We will see. I don't think it'll matter either way, but I think we'll be fine. I do remember crushing on Kirsten Dunst quite a bit as a kid, to be honest. Ooh, you naughty, naughty, naughty person. No, I'm kidding. Fuck spammers. Like, just fuck them. But thank you for muting him. Oh, he covered the first 5 Spider-Man movies. Okay, cool. Okay, cool. Which I really wish I'd watched this review, but that's okay. I think I still did an okay job with covering all the points I made here. I just wish I'd remembered him, because I completely forgot about him. I was like, fuck, I could have watched his shit. But okay, that's okay. At least I watched some reviews. But yeah, that was a fun rant stream. Like, I loved praising the movies for things that they did right. Because, like, honestly, these movies have some of the best fight scenes I've ever seen. Well, the ones that I've ever seen anyway. I'm sure there are other better fight scenes out there, but I don't really watch a lot of these movies to begin with, so that's just me. But I really do like a lot of the fight scenes in these movies. But the writing, though, yeah, okay. It just fell to the wayside after Spider-Man 2. Sorry, not sorry. His reviews are hilarious and very well edited. I have to give him a watch then. Maybe I could revise or add some points to the previous movies tomorrow as well. I'll give him a watch. He doesn't do many reviews anymore because he has another job now that pays more than YouTube. That's good. Like, if you can do better than YouTube, do it. But yeah, I can't think of anything else to say at this point, so... And I'm tired, so... We're going to cover the Tom Holland trilogy and Into the Spider-Verse tomorrow. But I'm going to say one thing right now. I really do think that Into the Spider-Verse is, along with Spider-Man 2, is the best Spider-Man movie. I think it and Spider-Man 2 are tied for the best Spider-Man movie. Spider-Man movies, like, I think they're both great. I like both so much. Oh yeah, and of course, happy birthday, Maple! I hope you enjoyed this little present. And we're gonna, well, it's really one half of your present. We'll do more tomorrow. I wasn't, but yeah, I was like, I thought we were gonna be able to finish today, but no, there was just so much for me to talk about, and I've been talking for almost 5 hours straight. Oh my god. But yeah, this was fun. I'm glad to have given you a nice birthday present. Well, half of it anyway. As well as a nice Christmas present because, you know, like you, like I basically did an encore rant stream of the SpongeBob games because you missed the first two because YouTube was being a stupid ass motherfucker with their notification system, which was crap. But anyway, yeah, you're welcome. So yeah, I hope you. I'm glad to have done this for you. And plus, I really did need to get all of those thoughts on my chest, particularly regarding MJ in the third film. I never wanted to slap a character so badly. But, yeah. Anyway. I'm sorry, I just really did not like her in that film. But, yeah, that's it for now. I'll just go back to the title slide. And that will be it for now. This is part 1. Part 2 shall be tomorrow. Join me, please. But yeah, thank you all so much for watching. And thank you, Maple, for being here and for helping me come up with points on why these movies are good in some ways and bad in others. As well as you, Scott, but you're not here, so I'll just mention you and credit you. But yeah, thank you too. But yeah, I'll see you guys next time. Until then, deuces and good night. And goodbye.